Series E.
Series E.
Series E, Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E.
Series E, Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to the Series E here at Apex Legends, or excuse me, what am I saying? Apex Legends Series E here at Esports Arena. Jamerson joined once again by Tom, T-Squared, Taylor, and we have one hell of a week going on because, of course, we have the new split dropping in Apex Legends. We're going back to World's Edge for Ranked, and of course, all of our games today are going to be played on Ranked. Tom, how are you faring so far in Ranked?
I think that everyone's pretty stoked about it. I haven't got an opportunity to play today, but I think everybody technically wants to play. As a competitor, you want to play on the map that you're playing for a lot of money for, right? And that's going to be on World's Edge. The playoffs are coming up. A lot of our team's going to be involved in that, especially tomorrow when we have our pro day. So it's nice to be back on World's Edge. I think that's where everyone feels most comfortable, even though Olympus is a good map.
Yeah, very importantly, of course, having that experience, having the late game circle experience more than anything else, I think, has been what's hindering a lot of our teams. We're seeing teams like Two Brains, One Controller, CLG, others that have really been able to identify how these late game circles play out, and we get to see how important it is for a lot of these squads that do play center zone. Of course, we do still have our teams that are now starting to actually pick up teams like our pick up compositions like Caustica and Gibraltar and Wraith. And they're okay with playing the edge. But for the teams that are, of course, trying to play center zone, you need this knowledge. So this is going to be a really important split for those teams. Of course, though, this is our open registration evening. So our 9 partner teams will be playing up against 11 squads that are ready to duke it out, you know, and try and vie basically for themselves at the end of the season to play in the relegation matches here for Series E. It looks like we're going straight into game number 1, so let's go ahead and hop right in.
Yeah, let's go, and let's see what teams that we have here and which team we're going to be kicking it off with. First, it's going to be a little lifeline action coming in with a Caustic. So they're going to be having some fun here. Team Razor. To see what they're going to be able to do. They're probably going to be playing very aggressive today too. We all know that they get extremely aggressive on the open day, and they're the first team to actually get a knock. It's going to be Mercy only onto Raze. So don't worry, you got the lifeline. You're not going to really need the meds. I'm sure that Zeratricky is going to come through and hit the heal bot any second now, but this is going to be another annoying team composition to play against.
Yeah, you can see Zeratricky there covering his flank by popping that barrel. So he doesn't really have to worry about the stairs. He'll be able to get the noise cues if anyone tries to come in and contest. But yeah, that's going to be the first team down, and that's going to be the first important lesson of the day for them. You do not contest them here.
Wow, doesn't heal his teammate. Oh my gosh, clip it. What a bad teammate. Zeratricky, learn how to play Lifeline, man. It's the Q button. It drops the bot. I had to troll him a little bit. They're going to dominate this team. It's already a 2 versus 3, so Holy gets knocked. He's going to get finished here very soon, and it's going to be interesting to see if they continue to contest Razor over towards the Skyhook side, because there should be free kills for the rest of the games.
And we're on board with Team Rez, as it looks like, you know, Clinical playing a little bit passively, as you can see why. There was a Gibraltar Dome down, and now it looks like Team Rez want to try and make the push, but Clinical thinks of it again, pulls back as they're just waiting it out. Instead, they're going to avoid the fight and go down, continue looting lower, but these bins have already been taken.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to loot. You're not going to really get much here, but it's nice that they do have armors and a little bit of heals just to kind of dip out, but you get pinched in here a ton, and you're not going to have a Watson here. With this composition, you're going to have to take these fights, but really nice flatline shots coming in with Clinical. The bubble's a little late, so he's trying to figure out how he's going to dodge those grenades, and he gets completely sent. Mike Lav gets knocked and finished, and that's a nice job by Shame Assist. What a team name.
Yeah, they come in, clean that one up. We got to see Sumo and Dirty play a little bit. I forget if it was last week or this weekend during some tournament. Anyhow, it looks like they did pick up a new third, though. And so that's the first squad out. And you know, we're not expecting Team Clinical going down that kind of that early, and so a lot of our open registration teams now, you know, getting into these early fights, and that's kind of what you expect when you don't know the lay of the land here. You know, these squads typically know, our partner teams do at the very least, how the others drop and how they play and rotate. Right now, it's kind of the wild, wild west. As up here in the north side, in the routing tunnel, we can see Rice Krispies. They do have a team cornered right now, as you can see that the dome has already gone down for that squad, and they're making sure that they don't get out for free. But here we go, the first spray down hits onto the 14 for the blue. The nade drops down on him, and he's going to try and stick onto this one, but he will not be able to get a knock. And unfortunately for Team Rice Krispie Treats, they're going to miss out on some KP, unless, no, never mind. It looks like Sung's going to elect to just play a little bit more passively here and continue looting.
Yeah, and Sung's one of the stronger Caustics that we have in NA, so nice to see him get the name Caustic Warlord before someone else takes it. Also, it has the RK in front of it, so still representing. But see if he actually goes the full branding. Jamerson, think he's going to change his Twitter and just go Caustic Warlord from now on and no longer be Sung? I think it's possible.
You have to be consistent with your brand. So if you're going to do this in game, you have to do it on Twitter. It's just what you have to. And, you know, I'm bored with SIZ, though, as looks like they were caught out in a rotation. This might have been the squad. No, Zach Mazer and company with another team, another Gibraltar in front of them. I don't know if maybe this was a squad that Team Rez were facing off with earlier on over by Train. But here comes the scan from Naughty, pushing up his for the 56 and the 82. And they get cleaned up. That's going to be Sleepy Panda, possibly playing in a pickup group with Sir Lift-A-Lot.
Yeah, still a solid group to take down, but they are going against a full three-man squad that plays together. So the teamwork and communication going to be a little bit stronger for SIZ. Not only that, they had the superior angle. When you look at this little area that they're in down here, you're kind of stuck and you have the high ground. Just kind of pinch them in there. Aggressive play coming in from SIZ. Really smart play, too. So they're going to pick up some KP, and it's actually a pretty slow game, Jamerson, especially knowing the lobby. And like you were saying, a lot of teams don't know where teams are going to land and what the lay of the land is going to be. But so far, everyone, you know, kind of taking their time, and now things starting to open up. It's Team Pop-Tarts over here towards this beacon building that we see a lot of zones actually end over towards, but not this one, not right now at least. And I like this play. They're going to force this team inside. If they're going to do this, they're going to have to bubble. Yeah, exactly. And push it towards the store. That's exactly what Fat Fruit Ninja is going to do. He gets a couple of connections, and now they realize they're going up against the Caustic.
Yeah, and now they also have to deal with that door. So the first nade comes in, destroys it. Again, it's about delaying, and this Caustic squad has already done so for now and weathered the storm of that. We do have, looks like, yeah, Team Rice Krispies are here. The things going down, the barrels you can see being used by them at this point as Pop-Tarts are just still holding outside. We do have the Wraith, a little bit disjointed from the rest of the team. It looks like she has been made her way back on in. Here comes the Nox gas grenade, but he's getting hit up from behind. He has to be careful. Falls back as his squad was able to push that threat away. That might have been Blight that was down there. Now they are making their way on in. The bubble has come out. Pop-Tarts' Lucas has dropped down low as they continue to push out. Stunny gets the first knock. Blight to go down. Lucas is able to heal up his shield, but again, this is very difficult as he is now dropped down to about 10 HP. Will pop that Q and try to get out, but oh boy. It's a lot of knocks on either side. Does it look like maybe another person was coming in? I don't know. It was very difficult to see there, but for the most part, this is going to be Team Rice Krispies able to secure this team fight win. They're going to be able to get the reses as well onto Stunny and GS Bird and just absolutely recover.
It looked like when he went into his phase form, there was a player over towards his left, possibly a third party, but it wasn't the case. That's the power of the Caustic, though, in terms of being able to reset. It didn't really do much in the fight. It did cut off the angle towards the backhand side, but when you go and there's Fat Fruit Ninja getting finished off, but when you go and actually get those reses, you feel so safe as the Caustic team to be in that type of situation. But Team Rockstar switching up their composition a little bit. Crummy's going to switch off of Wraith and going on with the Pathfinder, so we'll see if they're going to be able to win this fight in the back of the tree.
Oh boy, the Purple Bolt Mastiff from Crummy. More like a machine gun there, but Matt Pickett overreaching does go down as it looks like a third party has come in. We're on board with Team Razor, who are slowly moving through the map right now, have moved their way south just a bit here, down to Countdown, as Zeratricky has someone in his sights. He's got the Vault and doesn't want to play at that distance. It's Team Intel now that's pushing up. It looks like they did find a last-minute replacement for this competition as well. Hill backing away, and that's what I'm talking about. More and more caustics are being brought out here in North America.
A lot of team composition changes. It's kind of fun to watch, and it just goes to show the current meta of Apex being in a pretty good spot. Maybe we're going to see some Horizons a little bit. If someone wants to go have some fun, it could be Pickett over here, who's known for switching characters a ton. But taking a look at one brain, two controllers over here. a little bit of changed name, and there goes one of the players right there on controller, busting it out. But now it's up to Tech. And that's kind of the guy you want to have alive in this type of situation. He has gold armor, but he's going to be able to recover these banners, worst case scenario. Another team that's very solid here in our lobby, Smile. We were just looking at these guys in the Nerd Street Gamers tournament. They're going to be getting in a fight over here, and they're going to be able to win this fight. But is there another team around? It looks like they're going to be safe for now on this high ground.
Yeah, the ring is pulling now down here to the south as the scan comes out from Mini. But it's a defensive bombardment that's going to be used here. They do have to be careful just a bit as Hyarka, as they look at the bubble res onto both of his squad members, but they need to buy more time. Use the fast heals, use the nades to slow down this push as their bubble has gone down. Besiak will fall. It looks like Centric was able to at least get a bat off, and that's a huge Nox gas grenade, doing a lot of damage, but it's just not enough. They don't have the presence there from the rest of the squad. You can see how low that they were as Team Intel are going to go ahead and make this push onto the building. Oh boy, Hill's going to go down. Cheesy Boy picks that one up. Tempest is still inside with the wingman out, and they will be able to finish this squad off and recover as well. We also get some information from them. As you can see on the minimap to the top left, that the ring is going to continue to pull down to the south here. We have the platform in and a large portion. Oh boy, this push coming out. Pathfinder just swinging on in. As it looks like Team Rockstar on its last legs. Rakanishu will get finished off. Team Intel finished their fight and continue to move in. What a great job coming out from them.
Tempest is by far one of the most improved players throughout all of Series E and all of the ALGS. I mean, the guy just continues to impress me in all of these certain team fights. Team Rockstar thought they were going to go and send it in with just two players, easy 2 versus 2, and Tempest just does so much damage on the initial grapple coming in from Crummy that Crummy took, I think 130 for free. So in a situation like that with 1.5 players, you're not gonna be able to win that. Take a look at another fight that's happening over here. And a lot of teams are making their way over towards like this thermal choke rotation. So I wonder where this zone's gonna actually end. Seeing pings going down to this building over here, but based on the zone, it's definitely not ending on this vicinity. It has to be ending more towards the thermal side.
Yeah, we're down to 12 squads, 32 players remaining here as Dirty already has the gold armor for himself as he's running that 2-4 on that R301. As it looks like they're content to just hold in this position for now, and I do agree with that, even though, of course, it didn't look like the zone would be ending here. Just for the simple fact that we have 12 squads and 32 players remaining, you got to be careful on these rotates. You can't just try and push out. A squad knows at this point that the teams are fairly spread out. Good nades coming out from Zeratricky here, covering one door, and now the Nox gas grenade will go in, covering basically that entire half, the south half of this building. It looks like Team Razor playing this a little bit passively here. Zeratricky getting hit just a bit. We'll pop the bat for now. Again, more barrels are being used by Mercy only as they make their push on through. Fortunately, the vision obscurement is a little bit too much. Finally, they get the first knock as a second one comes out onto Sunny Hero. It looks like Team Razor will finish this one off. There is that res coming out. But here comes SIZ to try and go in for the third party. 26, 28, you need a hit for more, and there it is. The knock onto Zeratricky, but Hakulo answers back. Naughty finds one more, leaving them in a 2v1 for now. But as Inhumed covers the door, Naughty will be able to get the bat off, and he will be very healthy going into this. And Team Razor are taken out by SIZ.
Naughty comes through and has complete confidence because of the fact that they know that the res had to come through, and Zach sent it so hard in that situation that it was just a great play by the Gibraltar. We see other aggressive Gibraltars do the same thing where It's usually the Wraith that goes through, but with the Q just taking so long to pop, sometimes it's better just to go and take up that initial damage with the Gibraltar shield. So nice job by SIZ coming through with the third party, but I feel like if Zeratricky was playing Bloodhound there, it would have been so much easier just to get into that building and just finish those players off, so they would have been able to avoid the third party in the first place, and that fight would have been a little bit closer. So let's see what Path to Millions does, but SIZ is looking strong right now. That's the second squad wipe they've had.
Yeah, Path to Millions currently in a great spot here, as they can just walk in with this and take a look at that. Still a 50-50 split on whether to go to the respawn beacon to the south or continue to pull up to the north there on the hill. So Path to Millions could try to hold this one down, but it's Team Smile pushing them now. Defensive bombardment has been used. Bubble on bubble action as Smile now pushing up. 67 with that massive shot. Phonyhead did take some damage. He's ready to go for the repeak as that bubble does fall. Mini takes a lot of damage, but it was worth as he does get that knock, and they go for the wide swing. They will finish off Path to Millions, trading no one for it. Really, an instant recovery coming out from Smile.
Pretty clean fight right there. Everybody taking their time and just doing the right play, trusting each other, and it was just a nice counter bubble coming in. Whoever's bubble disappears last typically is going to go and win that one, and that's what Smile did, using that to their advantage. Lucas is going to finish off Tech, so looks like that was probably the last player on that team. See what Sunny's going to be able to do with this. Kraber doesn't have many shots left, not connecting on either shot here. This fight is, you know, a pretty interesting one with so many squads left. 8 squads, there's still plenty of room, so you're most likely not going to get third party. You're going to have to take this pretty fast, though, because there's grenades coming through. Sunny took so much damage.
Yeah, he was considering porting out instantly, but you saw how quick Bird was on that dome for him, and so he's able to get the bat off at the very least before they port on back. One more shot left in this Kraber, and he'll be down to one weapon. As you can see, RKT currently struggling a little bit to fully recover here. Stunny still needs to heal up his health as the nades are raining onto them behind that rock. Does not hit for that Kraber here as they're getting pushed now from the right and from the left. You can see Sung is trying his best to heal up, but it's not going to be enough. It looks like just too much is going on here. It's SIZ running through our partnered teams. This is the third one, as now SIZ will be able to pick up all of this loot. They'll have a chance to walk in with the zone. We got a better idea as well, thanks to Tempest, on where the zone is ending. It's right on that respawn beacon.
Nice fights there coming in for SIZ, and I like this portal coming in. For Pandas, is he going to be able to get it into a decent spot, though? I guess outside the building isn't too bad. You have to worry about players potentially collapse on you from the outside. This is the direct center of the circle. Also going to be able to use that Digi-Threat. Doesn't connect on all those, but still, either way, I like this aggressive play coming in, and this is what you got to do on a crypto, especially with not that many cryptos in the lobby, and it's always interesting watching Tempest switch characters. He's played 3 or 4 different legends in the last 2 weeks. And now they're in the best spot right now. Intel, one of the only hopes for the partnered teams here, as SIZ is coming through feeling extremely confident.
Yeah, Inhume currently sitting on 2 kills. Zach Mazer with 1, but it's Stay Naughty that is the kill leader in the lobby for now. He pulls out that scan, 2 teams in front of him. They do have the platform to work off of, and at this point, this is where SIZ should be slowing down as they're waiting for the other engagements. So good shots hitting onto the arm shield. That's the 77, the headshot onto the team that's inside the building on the right. As the zone does start closing in, there's still a lot of real estate open, and so this next couple minutes should be relatively slow.
Yeah, as soon as he hit the scan and saw that the teams were coexisting in the building next to each other, that's when they realized this is going to be a sweaty ending. It's not as fast-paced as we would like it to be because they want to go and get in all these very quick skirmishes. So that's going to be a nice job just realizing the situation, waiting for Rats to come in, and Lucas is going to be that player that unfortunately isn't able to get past SIZ. So just got to play this late game here and hope that you don't get third-partied or a rat doesn't come from the side, and that's why the Bloodhound on Stay Naughty is going to be so strong in this situation.
Yeah, it's full squads remaining as we enter into round number 5 of the game game 1. You can see, get that ring information. It pulls to their west. Got his team stuck on the low ground here, so it's going to be about late rotating and making sure no one takes these zip lines behind them. that they don't get pinched as the zone starts closing in. They've got 1 minute and 10 seconds to work with here to try to find something, find a knock. It's Team Smile, though, on the closest building to them currently. They're just being such a big nuisance. Phonyhead does have to be careful. That Volt is starting to run a little bit low here. Still have some decent chunk of the game to play through for now. The heals do come out. It's going to have that defensive bombardment, so that could be important here, as the first one has gone down from the team on the low ground. That's going to be NPL, and so second one might be used by Team Smile. We'll see in just a moment. Really try and punish the squad, but here's NPL's push now, as the bubble was used as well. They try to play around that. Good shots with that Eva 8 as E-Boy Ronnie gets that knock onto Iron. Bambino has been dropped low, and he is now completely disconnected from his squad. So they're trying to finish that off, but Zach Mazer from the high ground with that R301. He'll be able to get the knock and the finish on to E-Boy Ronnie, and it looks like Team Aqualix has gone down. NPL are still in this, though, as it looks like they do have a fill for the day. Well, two of them. Yeah, a fill for the day with Gizmac there. But they do recover at the very least, and unfortunately for them, they lose out on the Bloodhound, but they still have utility in the Wraith and in the Gibraltar. Here comes a port from Gizmac. Will this be into safety or just into absolute doom? We'll find out in just a moment. SIZ on the other side of the fence here. If they move up just a bit, it might actually be in zone. Defensive bombardment has been used, but they'll instantly throw down that bubble. And it looks like MPL will get finished off during their rotate. We are now down to the top 4 squads.
I still like the way that Gizmac played that. He was making the best out of a pretty crappy situation. As long as you can be good enough to even get past SIZ when they were pinging you earlier, that's still a strong performance. Not only that, he blew by the rest of the guys. And if they had a full 3-man squad, they may be able to cause some havoc here towards the end of the game. So nice job there by Gizmac, as this is going to get super sweaty here. We have all 4 squads full, and then we also have some very talented players in here. So whoever opens this up has to be careful. They are going to be the team that ends up dying first. You're going to basically want to be the last team here, but you also don't want to filter yourself and not have a presence.
Yeah, they need to take this fight without peeking out over aggressively, getting out of position, because you know the other 2 squads are ready to just jump on top of them. With 40 seconds remaining, you need to start coming up with a game plan on how you're going to play this next zone as well, because it does pull away from all of the buildings. There would be some structures and covers to work with, but if you're not doing the scouting now, how sure are you of this? Again, with 20 seconds now, Phonyhead just playing with the squad below, trying to get anything. As you can see, Sinister are currently in position on the west edge. The drop down has come out, but Zach Mazer will go down. It's 1-for-1. Team Smile losing out on Phonyhead, and Humed almost drops to that caustic gas. There's one more tick. Would have finished him off. It's Team Intel coming in for that third party, cleaning that one up. They've got the eye in the sky with the drone coming out from Tempest as SIZ almost finished off here. EMP will be used. They need to start rotating on in. Then we do have the barrels out, but they have all this fence line to work with. The other squad just waiting this one. They're not even pushing them. As you can see, the caustic barrels used very well defensively. Tempest barely seeing someone through that caustic gas, but he's able to lay down the spray with that Volt, do some decent damage, and just at least force them away. We have a Wraith on the other side as Panders goes for a peek. It's a red armor, but they continue to get peppered away from behind.
Yeah, this Wraith is being extremely annoying behind them on the fence. They have to clear this Wraith out and then focus on the team over towards the front. Otherwise, this Wraith could come in with the perfect scenario and third party potentially win this game, but I love the way that Intel was able to approach the situation. Big EMP is going to clean out a lot of the Watson traps that were sent down, and they realized they have to go onto this player, and it was in Hume just wreaking havoc behind them, almost just costing Intel the game right there with how powerful his presence was. But big shotgun shots coming out for Pandas. Oh my gosh, Intel turns the fight back around. You got to be kidding me.
And we've seen in the past a lot of teams making that choice to make sure that they at least, for the very least, secure second place. But Not only did they do that, they were able to, well, off the back of some awesome mastiff play, finish that one out, pick up a lot of kills, and also put a stop to SIZ, who are gaining so much momentum there in game number 1.
You got to give it to Inhumed on the fence, basically 3v1ing every single player from Team Intel coming up. And it looked like he had like multiple armor swaps over there. The red armor just never went away. He was doing so much damage. So great job by SIZ shutting down a lot of the partner teams. But Intel, slow and methodically, picks it apart. We're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we will get into the leaderboard in game number 2.
Welcome back to Series Z, as we had an explosive finish there in game number 1. As again, we're seeing some amazing play coming out from our partner squads there. SIZ, they took a lot of team fights, picked up a lot of kill points. So let's go ahead and see exactly where they ended up on the kill feed there after game number 1. And despite going down in third place, SIZ secured so much KP. They have 18 points. Team Cheese It looks like we're also able to pick up 28. Never mind. That is wrong. Yeah.
Swap that. We'll swap that. It was definitely Intel that came through with the number 1 spot. So we'll get that adjusted and we'll get into game number 2 here very shortly, but we know who won the game. We were watching it. If you're just joining us, it was Team Intel coming through, and I believe they have a sub. Panda's doing well, really well, and he's coming in for team today and taking over the Wraith situation. And I'm so impressed with the way that they were able to recover from that third party when Team Razor came in there, because as a 2-man squad, you don't know that you're going up against another 2-man squad in that situation. So to be able to keep your composure and be able to finish that fight off, that was probably the most impressive part of the game for me for Team Intel. The other impressive part was how they were able to portal in, take the God building, and then not only that, third party, once that immediately happened on the other building right behind them, came through, got some extra kills, eliminated a lot of the really good squads, and stopped these teams. I think it was Smile and SIZ that duked it out over towards the side. So that was the big turn of events in that game for Team Intel, and that's how you end up winning those type of games. You have to come up big in numerous situations. I'm surprised, honestly, that they had so many kills throughout all that. I thought SIZ was going to have more points.
Yeah, very calculated plays coming out, being able to just pivot on the fly. And honestly, you saw how quickly they were able to recover and move. That's what you were talking about, fighting down there. And so we'll see. Team Intel had a great week last week as well, able to win it out during our pro nights, which I believe only one other team has done so far. That is Nestle Pure Life, who didn't have a great start. Who did not have a great start there in game number 1, and we'll see if they can turn things around as we are getting game number 2 ready right now. We don't have a sponsored week this time around, so it is going to be basically just, like I said, the Wild West. It looks like we do have the updated leaderboard, so let's go ahead and take a look at it.
So ready into the game is what we're hearing. So yeah, we're gonna be jumping into this one, but we might as well make it Intel week again, Jamerson, because they did win the pro day, and they did it in pretty nice fashion too. I thought that they were really good at picking their spots, and again, just these turning points of the game take so much experience and discipline and communication to go and execute. And they were able to do that. And they did it last game. We'll see what they're going to be able to do here. Hill has been an impressive IGL throughout all of this. And he's also been very vocal in a lot of the interviews that we do here at Series Z. So he's pretty stoked about the way that his team's playing.
Not just his team, but being able to play on 2 separate rosters and just succeed that the way he has been absolutely just incredible and phenomenal. So more power to him. Tempest as well, able to secure a spot in the ALGS finals. Yeah. So Team Intel definitely one to look out for.
Yeah, for sure. And again, Tempest is one of the most improved players. Again, I'm gonna say it. He's really strong at being able to execute in these team fights by not taking a lot of damage. You have to be able to take your angles, lay down a lot of initial bursts, and be able to finish these fights off. And that's really important for the resets. It's important because you have to be able to go and try to just make sure nobody else is coming around. And that's why they're able to stop a team like Team Razor with just a great initial burst again on Crummy, who is coming through with his grapple. So we'll see how they're going to be able to do again. It's tough to bring back-to-back games in, and we'll see where this zone pulls, because we've had so many different days where it's pulled the same side every single time.
All right, Tempest. Good on you. Got the golden for himself. What exactly does he get? Oh, okay. Skull Piercer. I mean, it's not bad, but you're definitely hoping for something a little bit extra there. The gold backpack, gold armor. Hell, you might even settle for the gold helmet there. But R301 coming out from Panders is going to be a nice long-range option to complement that massive that he has in the back pocket for himself, as well, as they will be able to continue their looting, and they're going to have so much to work with here. Taking a look at the ring, though, it is pulling all the way to the northeast, an epicenter circle. So we'll see how teams try to play that one out. We're seeing more and more teams starting to favor the power position of the rocks of the hill on the northeast side.
What a great job by the OBS team. I was wondering where the zone's going to go. They show us the zone at the perfect time. Now we know exactly how these teams are going to rotate and how they're going to go and play this one. And it's nice when your Team Rockstar not getting contested in Lava City. When you go over here, you want to have this spot for free. You want to take your time. You play this composition so you can go and play the edge and take fights with the loot that you want to have, with the setup that you want to have. So right now, all you're looking for Rakinishu is some sort of magazine for this Hemlock. He's going to actually ditch the wingman because he feels like the Hemlock's going to be stronger. And I agree. Surprised to see him pass up the R301. I've seen him take that fairly often. I wouldn't doubt to see him try to go for a Mastiff. He's going to need to find something like that. They may even try to trade if someone else is able to find one. Triple take Bolt, something that Pickett likes to run a lot too. But they're going to be looted and zooted, and you got to watch out for Team Rockstar because they're just waiting to have some big games again. It's been a while since we've seen Rockstar really dominate the lobby, but it's nice to see them kind of just stick through it, and it's a matter of time, Jamerson, before these guys pop off.
Oh, smile and fight over here at Overlook as Mini was able to just push this Gibraltar away from his loot. He'll continue looting while the rest of his squad maintain control of the high ground. For now, Pop-Tarts in a fight over at Refinery. Now, we do have Lucas down, and he's almost in an unrecoverable spot over by Triangle Building. Starting to swing on over, but it looks like he was able to crawl to safety for now. That Fruit Ninja is here. They're trying to thirst him with that L-Star. Hits onto the 96 with that, but here comes a nade right on top of him. Fat Fruit Ninja backs away. It's gonna be bubbles out from either side here as he does get pushed. Fat Fruit Ninja will go down. That's gonna be Hambino to pick that one up. Continuing to push on through Team Cheese It now. They know that they've got the 2 knocks. They want to finish this one off, and Strictly in the face-off with Fat Fruit Ninja, they'll be able to take this one, and Team Cheese It secure Refinery for themselves.
Nice job there by Team Cheez It, winning that fight pretty handily too, but just an unfortunate situation for Lucas to be in. I'm not sure what happened from his point of view where he was able to get caught off guard, but you're like you're saying, an unrecoverable situation and everybody following up at the right time. Not getting knocked is the most important thing in that type of fight, and they didn't. And now we see what's going on with SIZ, and they have blue armors on top of blue armors if they want to go and take this fight. And that's why Stay Naughty is kind of taking this angle behind this crate. So if he does take any type of initial damage, he's going to go and hit an armor swap instead. He's the one that lays down the burst, which means he's going to get aggressive on this one, and the rest of his teammates are going to follow up. So expect something similar where Zach's going to be the one that infiltrates the building, and they start to get aggressive. But as he was crossing, Inhume took a lot of damage, or a little bit of damage, enough to at least scare him and make him back off.
Yeah, that left the opening for Zach to get in. He was up to the north there, had a lot of ground to cover. He didn't want to bubble early on. Nades right on top of him here, but he does climb up as we have 2 separate fights going on across the board. One in Fragment West and one over at Geyser. That's Rockstar getting into a fight for themselves here, as it looks like, yeah, SIZ cleaned that one up, but with the scan out, there's another squad rolling up, and the third-party timing just not working out for them. Looks like they do want to try and figure this one out. 88 onto the Gibraltar, cracks that dome shield, or excuse me, arm shield, and they will be able to finish off. It looks like Team Rez. Rockstar, though, continuing this fight over at Geyser for now. They've got a team pulled up currently inside the cave. As the scan does come out, they'll be able to utilize that information to push up. Crummy is there. It's Team Intel. They lost Hill throughout all of that. Very unfortunate as they're still trying to back away and recover. They've got a Bloodhound behind them. Is looking to push up. Save for the grace of that caustic gas, slowing down the squad. But it looks like Team Rockstar, and they'll pick up all this loot, and they'll be good. Try and control the south side of the building. EMP will be used. Crummy, though, does not get hit by it. Only Matt Pickett is now. Rakanishu slides on in, and that Hemlock, he's got the mag for it. Fast res now coming out from Rakanishu along with the gold backpack. You'll love to see it on the Gibraltar.
That's huge. That could almost win them the fight, because that's the only opportunity you have to go and push this if you're Team Intel, and the bait is real. Now they realize the gold backpack was a thing. They were expecting to get an instant knock right there. Rakanishu, that's a huge turn of events. Not sure if he got it out of a gold flyer or not, cargo bot, whatever. And now you realize, oh man, I got a skull piercer and he got a gold bag. That's great.
As Rockstar now able to recover quickly off the back of that gold backpack. You can see as the full 3-man is pushing out from the right-hand side, hitting for the 45 onto that blue for now. Defensive bombardment will be used as well as playing a little ring around the rosy. Matt Pickett in the back line taking a lot of damage. He will go down. That's Sunken Ship and Stink. Pick that up. Now it's all up to Crummy left here in a 1v3. Looks like they just weren't able to recover fast enough. Team Rockstar go down. They don't even hit the top 15.
Unfortunate turn of events there. Rockstar looking like they're going to roll after they take down our winners from last week and our winner from game number 1. But It's going to be Sunken Ship Cologne. What are these names? In Stink, it's Team Pringles. Mixing it up. Not sure even if that's the actual team. We'll have to stick on their screen and see how they play, but it's an interesting team composition coming through. Now Team Razor just finished off their fight over towards this train side, and we know this is pulling up over towards that north side, so another team that's going to be in a pretty good spot, Jamerson, would be Team Cheez-It, who won the fight over towards Refinery. So I'd like to kind of see where they've set up at, because they kind of had the pick of the litter in terms of picking a god spot.
Ooh, bats on bats coming out. Hakulo just redistributing the wealth across his team. The Qualix going down here over at Train. Team Razor, they are, of course, experimenting more and more and getting more experience playing on the edge there. Team Rice Krispie Treats, though, they have made their way into Frag West now, starting to maneuver through, as they do have the opportunity to just play around with the replicators if they want to get that extra economy for themselves. Right now, Team Rice Krispie still making their way on through Fragment East, and this is going to be difficult. A lot of teams are already going to be in position to try and, of course, hold down Epicenter. And so we'll see how this plays out. Do they want to continue from the south here and maneuver through, as Team Cheez-Its looks like they're in a fight with a Kotsky themselves? That's a Nox gas grenade right on top of Strictly. He takes a lot of damage, but he's at least able to get one of the knocks now. And he does back away. Still, though, being slowed down, they're not able to just completely capitalize off of it unless you do something like this. Nades tries to go right on in. Here's Strictly, though, swinging in to try and pinch from the high ground.
One of the best things about Pathfinder is that grapple hits so nice over towards this refinery area. It's going to be Rolders getting knocked by Hambino. You can see also has a zip line if he wants to take it up top, but he's trying to get that thirst just in case he wants to get the armor swap. Also just trying to secure the kill, so nobody comes through with the ping, but Strictly not able to grapple out of that situation. A little too aggressive. And now you see Sleepy Panda gets a knock over towards the side too, so Cheez-It still on the refinery side, hasn't left. That means they really think this zone is going to continue to pull over here, but they weren't able to stop the teams from coming over and taking their spot.
Yeah, they might be able to recover Strictly, and if they do and win out this team fight, wait, no, the rest has already been used up here. Okay, so that's going to be very unfortunate for them. The next available res would be over at Epicenter. That's going to be so difficult. It's the Pepega Trolls. I'm trying to figure out if it was Pepega Strolls or Pepega's Trolls, excuse me. But Hambino able to finish off. It looks like one brain, two controllers there. Raze is still bleeding out. Tech to go down. Oh, they did get the res on that as well. Pepega Trolls with the high ground here will be able to finish off Tech, at the very least. A lot of fighting going on over here at Refinery.
They also have this big beacon scan, which when the pigs are going down over here, there's a couple of different spots this one can end over towards the refinery side. It's actually about 5 or 6 different ones, to be honest with you, but anywhere over towards this refinery area will do. You have one that ends kind of where this guy's taking his portal at, where Hambino's going. You have another one that ends right in the back of the refinery. You have one that ends in the front right-hand corner. You have another one that ends over towards the yellow tanks. And now they're trying to get the res back on to his boy Nades, but we'll see if they send it over towards him. Looks like that team's going to play a little bit passive. Pretty surprising.
So they were at least able to recover Strictly's beacon there. So there might be an opportunity for them to try and respawn him into the game. But first things first, they do have to fully recover now. One person on the balloon hitting for that purple with the R99. But we'll see if that person is able to get out of dodge. Hambino has done a lot of work, though. As you can see, he's already the kill leader with 6 on his team. Team Cheez-It, they want to make sure that they at least hit top 5 here, secure as much placement points as possible. As Team Razor are in a fight now. Mercy only getting peeked over through that bubble. But Hakulo starts it all off. Naughty to go down. But here is Inhumed. Zeratricky taking out Zach. It's going to be a 2v1, a 1v1 now. Hakulo versus more remaining, and that's going to be Inhumed to fall. So Team Razor win this fight, but is there a third party coming in? It looks like they're currently safe for now. They make it into the top 11.
Nice recovery there by Hakulo. Mercy only misplayed that a little bit. He had more than enough time to hit a battery, or if he was going to go and stay in the fight, he should have just went and took the high ground, but still is able to get back into the game, and Team Rays are going to slow down a hot SIZ team. But look, Cheese in the top right corner. If we can go over to Rice Krispie Treat, is going to be taken down. Stunny with the R9. Nice burst from him. They're not able to get that res like you were saying, Jamerson. They got the banners. But now Strictly looks like he's in a better situation than Nades. Hambino is going to have to get out of here fast as possible. But fortunately for him, there is no Bloodhound on Rice Krispies Treat. So they're going to just probably back off, start putting down some pings, and exactly set up for this next spot and see what kind of real estate they can work with. 11 squads, that's actually a lot dead for this type of situation. So they're going to be able to own a lot of different spots. And it looks like they're going to pick the high ground.
Yeah, controlling the hills here right outside of epicenter is going to be super important. As you can see, you have a great vantage point, but allows yourself to be safe up there while teams are fighting on the low. You have the options to just maneuver however you want. One team on the train tracks for now. As you can see the discipline coming out from Stunny. He wants to make sure he gets the information first. Now hitting for that red, has that team split up, as that first player will go ahead and drop back down to the low ground here. Team Rice Krispies, you're seeing why this spot is so important to hold.
I like the aggressive play to slide down the hill. Stunny, if you want to make that play, go for it. His instincts were correct. He just was like, am I throwing by going right here? Is my team going to drop with me? So he turns back around, realizes his team is going to stay up here. If you want to do anything in this type of situation, if you're Stunny, you could easily make a portal from that top of the hill and just make your way down and filter these guys in while you want to take some angles. But he's going to save his utility and just kind of hang out up on top of this hill. He's just worried about a third party right now. You can see how paranoid he is, checking his spots left and right, realizing that there are going to be other teams in the vicinity. But if he wants to send it, I would definitely set a portal here.
Yeah, just holding the angle for now. He was at least able to force off one of the players from whatever squad that is from that high ground. Again, it's about retaining this control. As you can see, currently Sung in the back is playing off that. And here it is, Team Razor as well. Realizing the power of this position on the opposite side, on the north side of this zone. They'll be holding that same hill now, or the hilltop at the very least. Team Razor, understanding things have slowed down a bit. Now the circle has closed down. We are now down to 11 squads, 27 players remaining. So two, maybe three squads, actually, yeah, three squads that are currently damaged, not playing as a full roster. Rollers does get finished off. He was a rat, and so that's one brain, two controllers out.
The way that this zone is pulling, I think it's going to end right in Refinery by the door. One of the numerous endings that we were talking about, but NPL has this high ground. Again, Gizmac was very impressive on Wraith last game. We'll see what he's going to be able to do now without a portal in a minute and 30 seconds, because now this is a pretty tough situation. Again, this high ground, now you see how important it is from the other point of view. So you have to walk all the way up there, but there's the portal play coming in from Rice Krispie Treats. If you were waiting on this one, over down towards the bottom trailer, now they're going to go and pull the trigger on this and see exactly how many players are down there.
And quite find the opening that they wanted there, but the very least, they made the efforts. They will be able to continue to hold this for now as the zone does pull, and their position is still in. And that's going to be the most important part at this point. In 50 seconds, exactly where is this ring going to go? Of course, pulling out to the doors, we see that quite frequently. And if that does happen, both the teams that are up here on the hill could be in for a world of trouble. It's Team AMG now pushing through as Gizmac was able to get a knock, and looks like a sandwich maneuver coming out from AMG. And so the team up top, Gizmac and co, were able to get the one knock, and AMG coming in for the cleanup. Now the scan comes out from Rizuki, who does back away after taking some damage here. E-boy Ronnie, NPL, able to get that knock onto Sir Lifts a lot, but will they be able to punish it? I don't think that'll be quite the case here, as the bubble has been used. Now they do slide away with a defensive bombardment being thrown down as well. With time running out, they cannot full commit onto this. NPL do like to play for that late game, but here's Team Razor showing us why it's so important to hold this position here. But so many teams are going to be rotating in from Epicenter, and Hakulo putting on a display with this R301. Amazing sprays coming out now, but he does have to back away. He has been cracked, but Zeratricky and Mercy Only are here to cover the angle for him. Never mind, Zeratricky's just here to pick up KP as he gets the knock, and the bubble is used by that Gibraltar with a defensive bombardment. Zeratricky elects to not actually push on into the bubble and try to secure those kills, but he does back away. So eventually they should bleed out. And we'll see in just a moment. Hakulo is now back into things as he's covering that angle right underneath him. There's a Watson trap. It looks like the port was used to get them out into safety. Nope, only one was res. That was barely Asian. Here's the defensive bombardment though. Hakulo popping that Q to get out of here. Team Razor, again, they were in a strong position, but they still have to make it into the top 5 at the very least here.
I love how we're switching between multiple players on Team Razor too, so you can see exactly how they're all working together and the utilities being used and how everyone else technically follows up on that. So you see they're all hitting their shots, and the tracking is absolutely insane right now from everybody on Team Razor. And double R301, someone could get one clipped extremely fast, and you could one clip 2 players right now between the way that Mercy and Hakulo are shooting this thing. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do. Zeratricky's rocking that Scout Massive combination, so a lot of mid-range, and also got to have that Massive in your back pocket for the close range here. And just like we were predicting that circle was going down towards that right-hand door, it does, and now Hakulo most likely going to elect to portal if he needs to. Maybe take the roof if he wanted to as well.
Very nice call. Calm collected, our Team Razor right now. As, you know, you see that the Gibraltar is trying to res up to Hakulo, infiltrates the building. Only pops one caustic barrel. What? Oh boy, that's kind of unfortunate for them as the rest of the team has committed into coming on over. They're taking some damage, as you can see. Mercy Only ticking away from that caustic gas for now. Just come on back, but Team Razor, they're able to make it in. It looks like the low ground is free for them to be able to maintain and hold. As you can see, the corner is in for them as well.
We'll see if this pays off to go down low. I really felt like the roof was the play for Team Razor. They're taking so much damage. Mercy's going to get a knock. That portal is going to be the death of Team Razor, but he does get sent out on the opposite side because there's so much action going on. Does have his Q, does have his armor swap if he wants to get it. A lot of different spots that portal could have went, so I'm not sure if that door, once you see all those traps, would have been the spot. But Shame Assist, they're getting taken down, and guess who the Caustic was? It was the Caustic Warlord.
It's 1 for 1 until, well, they all end up getting cleaned up now. We're down to our top 3 squads. Sumo and company back away. Shame Assist will be able to fully recover here and hold the roof, as we have 55 seconds before the next zone. And now, as you can see, having control of the roof, having control of this entire building. Teams played for it early on. You saw Cheese It, of course, going down to Shame Assist, I believe. That's what we saw earlier today, or earlier in this game, why it was so important to get gain control of this building.
Exactly, and that's the tough spot about getting the God spot early is if you get sent on, you're going to have multiple teams coming with a third party. Hakulo throughout all this has survived, so we'll see if he goes unspotted throughout all this. It's very important for him to be extremely late to the fight, doesn't have his portal, but should have a lot of opportunities to go and make his push. The drone is going to spot him out, so that's unfortunate if the team does send it on him, and also another scan coming through, so multiple players are on him, and tough situation to be in. It's Hi everybody. Hi everybody. As we take a look at what's going on with Hakulo, I want to see if he's going to be able to make his way in.
Yeah, there's a crypto that they're trying to figure out where exactly he's playing from right now. And it's so difficult with the scans out. 3 hostiles detected, a solo and a duo up top. They got the knock. Hakulo does get finished off. And so now it's all up to Shame Assist to just close this one out, as it looks like they will be able to do that. Shame Assist take game number 2.
What a game by Shame Assist, and what a burst there with the Volt from that medium range. Hakulo was trying to flank around the side, but that was a 200 clip immediately. And when you see the third party coming in from behind, you got a little bit worried, but his teammates were able to clean that up. And Shame Assist looking like Aim Assist out here.
And we are seeing why it's so important not to just only play for the frags at the beginning, gain control. As you can see, the power position, they had it all game long as the ring continued to pull down to them. So congratulations, Sheamus is taking that win. We're gonna go ahead and take a break. When we get back, we'll have game number 3 of Series E. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Why play to your limits when you can break them? Unleash what's next.
To make the ultimate gaming mouse, it needs speed and stability. It needs to be precise and instinctive. It needs to be light but strong. It needs to be reliable and swift. It needs to last. It needs to be ready. It needs a name.
Welcome back, guys, to Series E, as we're already headed into game number 3 of the day here for Series E Apex Legends. It is, of course, the open registration night, so we have a lot of new names in the lobby right now. And, of course, since the change to Steam, players just changing their names left and right and kind of causing all kinds of confusion and ruckus here. But let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard here to see exactly where everyone's standing after two games, excuse me. Team Shame Assist, with that big win in game number 2, placed himself in second place. SIZ not that far behind them, really only trailing by 1 point. Team Razor as well within striking distance.
Yeah, Team Intel not able to put together back-to-back big shutdown pretty early, but I was more impressed with Shame Assist than anybody. Taking that high ground over towards the refinery side. Unfortunate for Team Razor that they weren't able to get a good portal going. They were heating up during that game too, but a lot of our partner teams putting together some pretty solid performances.
Yeah, as you can see, NPL are there as well, and Team Rice Krispie Treats and Team Cheesin'. So, great performances so far coming out from them. We'll see if any of our other partnered squads can start climbing up on the leaderboards for now. But again, it's Team Intel continuing that momentum from last week, taking that dub. And so remember that every night, our teams are playing for their share of $500, and it's only the top 2 that place. $300 going to first place, $200 going to second place as well. So a lot of stakes here every week at Series E. As it looks like we're still trying to get game number 3 sorted and underway. We should have that started as quickly as possible. As it's been refreshing to see, for the very least, because you and I, whenever we have those days where the ring continues to pull in like one typical direction, we get a little bit tired of it, a little bit frustrated with it. But already so far, we've had one southern ring and one northern ring, Tom.
Yeah, I get frustrated because I know the players are frustrated throughout all of that. One thing that I want to talk about as we get off of the leaderboard there is One Brain's 2 controllers. They're sitting over in 17th place. So we go to see the value of what it's like to have your full squad together. Missing Bowser, missing Knock, and just having it be with Tech with 2 other players that he's not used to playing as much in Series Z. It's very important to have your full squad, but it's probably just a situation where they're taking a little bit of a break. There's a lot of Apex being played. Also, they're pretty serious about the rank grind too, and we know how bad everyone wants to go and put those hours in the initial drop of the rank split. So it's tough to again go against a team like team, I guess, Razor in a 3-on-3 fight that they've been through hundreds and hundreds of fights, if not thousands of fights as a team, and they're extremely experienced. But I think what we're seeing right now is a little bit of the teams that need to step it up in certain situations are actually doing so. Like Cheez It was able to step it up and win their team fights. It's important for Rice Krispies to go and lock certain things down. They're just not having the full game together, and that's because our open teams are coming through and really surprising them. And we saw some great teams over during the Nerd Street Gamers exhibition as well. And I can't remember exactly what the team name was that made it in there, but a team beat Team Liquid that I'd never even really heard of before. So it's been surprising to me to see these teams come up and do so well against our partner teams.
Yeah, and which is why we love having these kind of open formats every week at the very least, allow new names. And I think that's the most important part. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we have the ALGS qualifiers and such. You got to make sure that everyone's represented well and have a fair chance. Hopefully in the future, we can have cross-platform custom lobbies, private lobbies, so that Xbox players, PlayStation players can get in on these as well, because so far it is PC. While we do have controller players in our lobby, it's controller on PC. So hopefully, we have a bit more accessibility in terms of the competitive nature of this game so far, because we know that it doesn't matter your input. People just frag, and you can also be smart about positioning as well. And so I want to definitely see that out. It's Team Rockstar that we're looking towards. It looks like, they had a pretty bad go of things, as too many teams came in to contest them when they were making their rotate in game number 2. But we know that they are a strong team. Just looking for that bounce back coming out from Matt Pickett, Crummy, and Rakinishu. We know that this is a team that definitely can reach those high highs. They haven't done so in some time, though, Tom.
It's pretty simple for them to be able to fix this. It's just that they have to get back to having confidence in their team fight and they need to just put the reins on Pickett a little bit. Pickett comes through and he plays like he's unstoppable, or he feels like his team's gonna, follow up, but it's just a little bit too fast sometimes. And I can completely understand that as a player that wants to get aggressive and wants to go and push the advantage, and you feel like everyone's on the same page as you, but sometimes circumstances are a little bit different from other people's points of view, and maybe a grenade was in the way, go and take an angle that you thought you were going to be able to, but wow, what a thermite coming in from Strictly on Team Cheez It.
Good thermite. He also connects with that frag, getting pushed by Hambino. As you see the Gibraltar on the other side, try to get aggressive here to try and thwart this push, play off the rock. Unfortunate for him, Fat Fruit Ninja will be able to take him out with that. Nades is here on the low ground now, as his bubble was not quite forward enough to try and get aggressive off this. Hambino now bleeding out, getting shot, and finished off in just a moment. And Team Cheez It struggling on the heals as well. As you can see, Strictly, even though he has that blue armor, he has no heals off the back of it. That's going to allow Pop-Tarts to get this res onto Fat Fruit Ninja, pushing in just a little bit late here. They don't secure the re-knock quite yet. It's Pop-Tarts coming up with all the kills so far. Cheez It finally getting the knock onto Lucas, though. But we got a very healthy Blight right now. He's going to go for the Thirst, get the armor swap for himself. That's a blue. It's going to be additional 75 HP for him. And they're ready to fight once again. As Blight, if he wants to, he could just swing on in. The bubble has been used on the other side. They don't need to force the issue. They don't need to throw anything away. They have a huge advantage in this fight.
And now he gets aggressive and sends it, like you were saying. Good timing there. Good teamwork from Team Pop-Tarts, taking out another one of our partner teams. Interesting that they're contesting each other in such a... Oh, Epicenters lose. Not that good in my opinion. But either way, Rockstar, who we were originally talking about and looking at, over towards that Lava City side, and same situation. Zone's going to be pretty far away from them. They're just going to continue to loot up this entire thing and try to pick exactly what they want to have. And Pickett's going to be on that Bloodhound, so off the Watson and onto the Scan, really playing the edge composition now. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do as another team gets into a fight. It's going to be Sleepy Panda with the EVA 8. I believe that was on the Overlook side.
It seemed to have been a third-party situation. Maybe Smile was just completely split up. Don't know exactly what happened in that fight. Team Rice Krispies, though, over here at Skyhook. This is not a sight that you very often see. Running out of Skyhook with just blues and a white. Unfortunate for them. Maybe they could have spent some time over by Trials if they wanted to. That's a popular strat that you can do, especially if you're running a Caustic on your squad. He can actually just solo the Prowlers by himself, tuck himself away into a corner, throw down a barrel, and allow the Prowlers just to die to the gas. So I'm surprised that they didn't do that, but it looks like, they're opting more for, I guess, an earlier rotation, try to catch teams out right now, as we do have a small inkling of what the ring is looking like, a very central one.
I feel like before the Evo armor changes, when you just didn't even have Evo armor, that they would have probably went to Trials, but they're pretty confident in their setup. You saw R9 with a Mastiff, Purple Mag, feeling like they're going to be able to do enough damage to be able to charge those out throughout all of that. But now we look at a fight that's taking place in the back of Overlook. It's going to be Team Pringles and some really nice shots from Stink, but his team isn't even in the vicinity to follow up.
The Wraith, Caustic, and the Bloodhound. Oh, excuse me, the Wraith, Bangalore, and the Bloodhound. It harkens back to Season 0 kill race compositions, where you just have the zoomies and you're able to just push and get kills. AMG are the ones that are getting killed right now. Sleepy Panda has gone down. Rizuki gets finished off as well. It's a 1v3, 14 Pringles. As the scan comes out, they'll hunt down the last player, the Gibraltar, inside. As they just full on push. Sir Lift-A-Lot will go down. Team Pringles take this fight easily.
Nice job by Team Pringles, using the team composition like it was a kill race, coming through and getting extremely aggressive. Great shots there with the R9, following it up with the Wingman. And it's always nice when you don't get third-partied here out in the open. Still this early into the game with a lot of area to make up. If we could find out if anyone got a scan for us so we could see where the zone's going to be, that'd be nice. Gives us an idea of exactly what teams are playing and how they're going to run their composition. So it's going to be more over towards that Harvester area. Nice again. We were talking about it bouncing back and forth. Now we have like a central circle after having a south and a north one. So really good RNG so far in the lobby for all the good players that we have in this one, and now NPL finding themselves in a fight for a very important spot over here on this high ground.
Ooh, we've also got a fight as Shame Assist, I believe, taking on SIZ currently inside Harvester proper. Zach Mazer is able to get behind some cover. Set Rockstar does go off, and they will be able to take out our Game 2 winners early on and put a stop to their momentum. So no placement points for them. It didn't look like they picked up any KP either. So a big fat goose egg here in game number 3.
That's big. SIZ was right on their heels after some pretty good first games, and they're the team that's in one of the best spots right now in Harvester. But with the Caustics, if you're able to get into Harvester, that's one of the best spots to be. So if a team like Rice Krispies can make their way over there, if anyone else is able to on the Caustic, that's going to be a very strong spot. But I love the way SIZ really won that fight and didn't go down at all, so they don't have to worry about the third party, because we did see the mini-map, and there is at least 4 to 5 teams over here. So that Bloodhound scan is going to be very important for Naughty, not only to show where the players are, but to scare them and back them off a little bit so they can't just charge blindly through the situation. And looks like they may even be able to get a third party, and if someone else goes over towards the side.
Yeah, Team Pringles was able to catch out one more as they made their way in to Frag East, picking up Mecca. So we're now down to 16 squads here. Here comes the smoke. And then with that, cover the entry onto that building right now. Back on board with NPL, though. They're still holding this angle. As it looks like, ooh, Team Rockstar getting into a fight with Team Intel. And that's the second time in a row, 2 games in a row now, where they have faced off. So you have to ask yourself, where exactly are they rotating from right now? Team Intel, you know, we already know that they drop over at Sorting Factory, so their rotation wasn't that very far off. But Hill will get finished off by Crummy. It's a huge pickup.
It's unfortunate for Team Intel. You can't let a team from Lava City out-rotate you on a Harvester circle. So a really heads-up play by Rockstar. They must have been able to hit some really nice longbow shots from the side of Matt Pickett. And there we see the Caustic barrels over towards the door. Crummy's going to be able to shoot those and get rid of those for a little bit. But the Caustic players and the Snake, they're going to be able to continually make their way up the Harvester hallways, and it's going to be so difficult. It's going to force you playing the outside, or at least on one of the roofs. So we'll see exactly what they want to do on the Rockstar side. Razor, they're looking to go over more towards the thermal area, and whenever you see Razor, expect them to be on one of the highest areas possible, because they love taking the high ground on these rocks.
Yeah, Mercy only with the scan. Going to be able to see through all this smoke, all of this visual clutter. Luckily for him, having the red outlines to work off of, and will spend the rest of his ammunition to get through that knock shield, because he didn't want that player to go through that portal. They do secure the kill onto Irid. So Qualix, that's going to be 3 games in a row, starting off behind now as Razor. They want to continue this dominance on the southwest side. They want to try and find more of these isolated fights. They have been experimenting for the past 3-4 weeks, of course, running with Mercy only on that Bloodhound to great effect, and we're seeing it here in this game. Rockstar continuing to move on through now. Here comes a port out from Crummy to try and challenge the team on the fence. Can just set up a crossfire for himself as he works his way onto the back. Good scan will give him information as well, but the bubble has already been used by the other squad. As they want to continue to push up, it's going to be the bubble coming up from Rockstar to allow Crummy for that fast reset on that bat. They haven't found the quite critical damage yet. They are getting naded out. Rakinishu took some big damage there, but here's Matt Pickett talking about that aggression from before. It is Nestle Pure Life up against the ropes right now, up cornered currently, and starting to get flanked now. Bambino taking a lot of damage. It's going to be E-Boy Ronnie to fall first. It's a 1-for-1 as Matt Pickett swaps off onto that white armor to go for the repeat. Drops down with that bolt, but the 2x making things a little bit difficult for him now. He's got the longbow as his secondary, so his close quarters fighting not the greatest here, as Rockstar will be able to recover Crummy at the very least, and it's just going to be a full fight reset coming up from either side.
You saw Pickett really wanted to go and send it in that fight, but it was a smart back-off play from him, and they get rewarded. Rakinishu comes in, gets the res, but that fight took so long that there was multiple fights taking place. Team Razor found themselves a squad wipe, and now the third party starting to come in. That's going to be Rice Krispies getting the knock onto Pickett. I don't think they're going to be able to get out on this one, Jamerson. Too good of a team, and Poor Rockstar in shambles at this point. Will he be able to at least get one player out of this for the Rockstar side so they can rat it for points? I believe Crummy was able to escape, so they don't get fully squad wiped, but nice job by Rice Krispie Treats picking up 2 kill points for free.
Yeah, and we don't see Rice Krispies facing off against Rockstar as often, as Rice Krispies did change up their drop going over to the north, and Rockstar playing over to the south, of course, from Lava City. But whenever RK would drop over by Geyser, they frequently fought, and it was Rice Krispies that more often than not won out those fights, and it looks like that trend will continue for now. A great third-party timing. They've got a lot of loot to work with. Unfortunately, though, of course, with all the armor swaps, you can see them on the ground. It can get very confusing. Which one's healthy? Which one's empty? And so they won't have that to play off of at the moment, as we do have information on the next ring. And so this fence is still in. So there's a chance that it can continue to pull over towards them, or it pulls to the south side of what's remaining of the main harvester building.
There's also an ending that is right on that beacon over towards the top of the train too, so we'll see exactly which one this one is going to be. If it is going to be either one of those that we mentioned, holding this fence is a very viable spot. You can lock it down with the caustic over here and really own a lot of different area. If that's the case, you just don't want to take a ton of damage. They're also going to ping a prowler that is dropped right next to them, and another team that's trying to make their way, it looks like towards the edge would be Team Razor, who they were poking and prodding with, but Razor doesn't want a full send on that, especially against the caustic.
Yeah, as you can see, the barrels are just set up over the bottom of every single ledge, and so they cover those angles for themselves. Makes it much more difficult cutting off the angles where you are threatened from. So great placements coming out from Sung. Again, they have Razor to their south, and so this is still a very precarious, dangerous position for them to be in. It's about making sure that you do some decent damage across from the other side. Make sure they don't full push onto you right now. It's Team Intel that we're playing inside the tunnel here, inside the train tunnel for now, as Hill needs to start setting up some barrels, and there we go. He's going to cover that angle, and as you can see, every step of the way, you're going to be met with some caustic gas as you try to push their position.
I feel like we kind of asked for this. We're like, when are the teams from NA going to start picking up on this? And slowly but surely, more and more. And it's great with the crypto as well, because you're getting those scans way before anybody for free, the drive-by scans. And then if you could find your spot on that caustic and set up, you're going to be in such a good spot. So now you start to see that strategy coming in for Team Intel to see what Razor's doing. We know that they were trying to make their way over towards where Rice Krispie is, and they still are. It's difficult to try to rotate out of here from the low ground, so if you're able to take that fight and win it, you're going to have one of the ultimate god spots. So that's the thought process for Team Razor right now. The only thing that would be really horrible is if some charge rifle shots start coming over from the side, or if another team decides they want to focus some. But SIZ, not that far from both of these teams, finds themselves in a scrimmage at the S.
Yeah, and Inhumed has taken so much damage. There's a caustic, and you're happy to take that port right on out. Inhumed is right up top, and this was the ring that you were talking about, playing on top of the train tracks here. I think we got a split second of the ring information. It will continue to pull on up here, and so SIZ will be happy to be able to hold this for now. And it's, of course, making sure that no one else can contest this high ground here. They're watching their east very vigilantly, but they do have to worry about their west. We know that Team Rice Krispies were over by the fences, and we have, I believe, Team Razor as well moving in from the southwest. So a lot of strong teams could be coming from that area. As you can see, the bullets are starting to rain in from that direction.
And they get that zone information and are relieved to see that they predicted it correctly, because they're going to be one of the most powerful spots. But you see how much resources they're going to continue to use. So many cells and batteries being popped because the amount of teams that are focusing on being in such a powerful position. Tough situation to be in right now for Team Pop-Tarts, is they want to push this building, but the caustic barrels are going off left and right. And with the caustic, you have more than enough time to recoup your barrels and continue to just hold this down with only 2 doors on each side. So it's difficult for Team Pop-Tarts to do anything, and if they're smart, they'd probably focus on rotating right now and just leave this team.
Yeah, this is just the first hurdle in their way, by the way. We know that SIZ are already holding the bridge here, and so you don't have many options in terms of rotations, as you'll have to just kind of blindly jump down if you don't want to fight SIZ. With a minute to work with, they need to find an opening, as Fat Fruit Ninja did take a lot of damage. He used his bubble as well. Here comes the peek out. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, but Blight is dropped down low. Pulls out that EVA 8. Doesn't get the knock quite yet. No, Pop-Tarts do go down. It's going to be Team Corritos. Ends up winning that one out. So they'll be the team that rotate in from the high ground.
That's right, because we don't allow Doritos in here, so we made them change their name to Corritos. No, that's not what we did. Pretty sure that's just their team name. But Team Intel, that was a team over towards the Snake. They're going to be locking it down, and Team Pringles gets in a fight over here. Looks like they were trying to get involved with this third party, but Stink, he's going to have to get out of there. That caustic gas is just way too strong. Ticks him for about 50 HP.
It's a 2-for-1 exchange, though, so it's still down to a 1v1 now. Stink wants to try and finish this team off, but now here comes the pressure of the zone. The port has already been used. SIZ just coming in from a satellite attack there. Want to finish this squad off again. It's about maintaining control of the high ground. If they see the trades, they want to make sure they get involved in that, as Besiak will be able to finish off Cologne without the C. It's sad boy hours out here for him. Is now SIZ doing a great job of controlling the eastern side. More players coming on in. Naughty's able to get the knock-on to Beziak. Now they back away. They've done the damage, and it's going to become that much easier for them to continue to hold up here.
Exactly. They're just trying to basically cripple these teams on their rotation because they realize how many teams are fighting over towards that side. Amazing burst coming in from Hume. With that Volt laying down some serious damage, that's enough for them to actually send it, because they realize these are pretty solid teams over here. With the ball being down, they should have the advantage for Zach if he wants to go and push his way over towards that train car entrance and drop a bubble for his team. He actually does over towards the closer one, as that team pushed extremely aggressively. That's going to be Mercy only pushing by himself. Unfortunate for Team Razor, but also you have Team Rice Krispies coming in behind for another third party.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about, the eventual collapse. But it looks like with no trades going on over, Team Rice Krispie Treats, they don't push it. They don't know exactly how much damage was done to SIZ. So this time around, it is going to be the fence ending. What a twist. As you can see, RKT are set up for it. They need to get the caustic barrels up. Unfortunately for them, they don't have a gold helm, so it does take some time for those to recharge. He already has 4 out, excuse me. Needs to control a little bit more of the zone, especially there on the eastern side.
Nothing's worse than going against the Clown Caustic. It's just, you know, it's a sweaty Caustic as soon as he has the Clown outfit. So they're going to know it's Team Rice Krispies over here on the edge, rocking Prowler Mastiff. That's going to be so strong in these up-close battles, especially if they're able to get a lot of the caustic gas down. There's one brain, 2 controllers still in this one. Aves going to find a finish onto Brooks, and they're going to figure out exactly where they're going to want to rotate. Maybe underneath the bridge could be the best spot for them.
Yeah, 1 brain, 2 controllers now. Playing the low. Do have some headshot angles to work with, but here are the nades. Forcing them out of position early on. Tech making the port for his team. We got a fight breaking down here right underneath. It's Team Intel facing off with SIZ. Trades do come out, and that just means RK might be able to come in for this. They did lose 1 throughout all of that. Stunny has gone down. SIZ recover. They only have to recover Zach Mazer as well, as it looks like RK are continuing their fight for now, pulling off the res on Stunny currently, but they will be able to get him up. Thing is, this is taking a lot of time. That's going to allow SIZ to recover and come in for that third party, and there it is. And Hume tries to go for that peek, the scan out as well. SIZ can smell victory here, but they elect to play this a little bit more cautiously. They know they have to still worry about the third party. Who knows how well they were keeping track of the knocks on the other side. So I like that kind of slower play coming out from SIZ.
Really heads up play from SIZ to back off, realizing they have the zone on their side. So it doesn't pull all the way to the fence. The fence is just kind of the zone we call this one, because there's nothing closer to this fence, and this fence is always one of the strongest spots. But SIZ has gotten to that point now where their side is a good spot to be on. So now they have to go and make a portal play here. That's exactly what Stunny's going to do. I like the boxes. This is a good spot to do it. You're going to see a great team fight here because both of these teams are going to have a head glitch.
And what's important is, does Sung have his ultimate as the push comes out? Stunny gets taken out, and it's gonna be a 1v2, but Bird will fall, and now it's one brain, two controllers. Just Aves here to try and finish this one off. Gets the armor swap onto the red for himself. Left in this 1v1, and one brain, two controllers will be able to come in and finish off the fight and take the victory away from SIZ.
What a job by Aves coming through with that armor swap. Extremely fast, extremely heads-up play. Without the armor swap, he was definitely going to be done right there. SIZ did a great job winning the team fight against Team Rice Krispies Treats, but you got to give it to one brain, two controllers for their patience right there, and coming through with the third party with only two members.
Yeah, fantastic win for them, and very unfortunate now. This is 2 games where SIZ weren't able to close it out, but again, they picked up a lot of kill points. So I'm excited to take a look at the leaderboard, but we'll have to wait until after this break, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll have more Series E action after this.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Series E, as we had quite the finish there in game number 3. And we're going to go ahead and take a look at it one more time to see exactly how 2 brains, 1 controller were able to clutch that up. First, we're actually going to take a look at the leaderboards. SIZ, despite not being able to pick up a win quite yet, with 2 high placements along with a lot of kill points, find themselves in first place.
SIZ, rightfully so, has been, in the mix of all of these team fights, just like you were saying, not able to really finish them off, but still picking up a lot of kill points on the way. One Brains 2 controller, they really hopped into the mix, though, because I believe they were sitting in 17th place when we were talking about before with only 4 points. So a 22-point game coming in for One Brain 2 controller. Nice job by them. Seamus is going to be tied for 5th place, 5th/4th. Unfortunate for Team Rice Krispie Treats, they had such a good job of getting into the fence area, holding teams out, third partying a couple of times and getting aggressive. But I feel like SIZ was just a little bit more aggressive and got rewarded with a lot more points because of it.
Yeah, Rice Krispies might have had to use a lot of their very important cooldowns, right? Like a defensive bombardment or even the Nox gas grenade, something like that would have been strong to take into the late game there to finish all things out. But at this point, though, they're still in the running. They're in the top 6. We have to remember that it's the top 2 that place into the money, and we still have a lot of games ahead of us here, heading into game number 4 of the evening. We're almost at halftime now. And so again, there's a lot of room to make up for a lot of our squads here. So yeah, just waiting on game number 4 now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Also, Team Intel has been playing phenomenal. We'll see what they're going to be able to continue to do. Tempest doing great on the crypto overall. Razor, they're going to continue to heat up because they're not even playing their best right now. You see the way that they're shooting very solid. The decision making isn't quite there. It's not as good as they're shooting right now. If they're able to make their decisions as nearly as good as they're shooting, they're going to be in a great spot. They just have to avoid getting third party, and they need to take these fights and make them clean. Unfortunately, Mercy got a little too aggressive there and went up against SIZ into a bubble where there was 3 players inside the bubble. So that's very untypical for them. You want to see maybe Zeratricky try to open that up, or you want to see Hakulo come through with the aggression and try to phase out right there. The last thing you want is your Bloodhound to be the initial person to go and push through. And a great example of that was when we watched Matt Pickett play on Team Rockstar when they went their way over towards the fence. But unfortunately, after that fight, they got third partied by Rice Krispie Treats, and that's why they're able to hold that. So there was a lot of interesting things going on in that game, and it's fun to watch the players predict the zones so early, because if you would have asked me around like zone 1, zone 2, where I thought this was going to pull, like I was saying, I thought it was going to be over towards that harvester side and not over towards the fence. So looks like we're going to have a replay here very shortly of how One Brains 2 controller was able to execute this. Walk us through this, Jamerson.
Yeah, it's the final moments here as One Brains 2 controller were able to recover and heal up, buying time for Aves. And in this final 3 squad situation, it's always about trying to be that third team to engage in the fight. So you can see Rice Krispies really hard committing onto this. Stunny just holds onto the box the entire time and fights on the other side up against his Wraith counterpart. And as soon as the knocks start coming in and the trades start coming in, you can see that they're ready to come in. There's the first knock starting to go down, and then you have Sung to fall. They know that this is their opportunity, that this is where the damage has taken place, and Aves is up here. But most importantly, it's about having this composure. Even though, playing through as a controller, you understand that, hey, if I go into this box, I'm going to be standing still, but this is the only chance I have at winning. With that armor swap, you take it, he gets it off, and he's able to finish it all off and get the win for themselves.
And you notice this ends up being a 2 versus 1 in this situation because Rollers goes down so quickly. So the fact that Aves is able to hit these massive shots and do it so well, not only that, like you were saying, Jamerson, hit him with the controller armor swap. It's even in the name. So it's so funny that it actually happens. Very rarely does someone just stand still and hit you with the business, but Aves was able to do it. As we take a look again, exactly what happened. It was just too aggressive of a push from Team Rice Krispie Treats. They needed to have that Noxus gas. They needed to have the Caustic Ultimate to be able to lay down the damage there. And it was just a fantastic job with the massive purple bolt here. And then to jump and take the head glitch angle away with the knockdown shield being away was the key point to that play there for Aves at the very end, besides the armor swap.
And we get to see how strong it is really to have the consistency of the controller players on your side. And, that's why a couple months ago, it was, I think, very much in the discussion, should every team have a controller player at the very least to play that very strong anchor for your squad to really finish things out. And right there, you get to see what two of them were able to do in the end game to finish it all off. That's why we're seeing so many very, very well decorated now controller players in the ALGS. And so, despite that, though, we still have to talk about our current leaders on the leaderboard right now. SIZ with a 12-point advantage over Team Intel. And SIZ, they haven't even gotten the plus 12 from a game win quite yet. They're getting close there, taking second place. Now maybe next is just first. But if they keep up this pace, I don't know if any other team can really contest them.
It's funny when we talk about this controller situation, because back when I was competing in Apex very early on, it was very hard for me to even get an opportunity to play because teams were just so, no, controllers, they can't really take them seriously. And they're like, you're going to stand still and armor swap. And then all of a sudden people start getting lasered and they're like, oh, controllers are OP. It's like, well, you were just literally not letting me on your team, like, what was that, a week ago? So I'm not going to say any names, but there was a lot of players out there that never really got any respect. So it's nice to see all the controller players really coming through. And I know it's always a conversation of M&K versus controller, blah, blah. I think you just play what you're most comfortable with, play what you have the most fun with. And if you like playing with a controller, or if you like playing with a mouse and keyboard, do it, whatever makes you happy. So it's just funny how the tides have turned, really. And a lot of people are, oh, aim assist, blah, blah, but I think it's fairly balanced.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, I just want to see good Apex, and I just want to see the best competitors, regardless of the input. And that's what we're seeing. We see a fair mix of controller players and M&Key, and also hybrid. You know, Hal was playing on that this weekend. We're seeing a lot of that, and we're seeing mixed, success coming out from everyone. So ultimately, in the end of the day, it's just who's the best at Apex Legends, and that's what's going to win out. Team Rockstar, though, as we can see, they are struggling right now. Haven't been able to really find the engagements really in the last couple of weeks that made them succeed. You know, this is a squad that we were really looking at. They had a lot of momentum. Really strong performances in tournaments left and right, but and they have not been able to do so in quite some time, making their late rotate, it looks like, not rotate, but actually drop, as this is not their usual spot. This is Geyser, and so you can see they're a little bit trepidatious, but they will be able to, Geyser on out, and we'll see. This is going to slow down their rotation by a lot. As you can see, the zone has already revealed itself, and it's pulling over to the west side.
Yeah, that's a tough situation. They will hit the scan here on the side for Picket, but they need a fruit punch. What is that? Fruit punch Cyberpunk Rockstar. Get it going. Get the juices flowing. That was my favorite, but it is really tough to go and have the flight path be so far. It's gonna slow you down by, I would say, a good minute and a half, Jamerson. So now you're really playing edge if that's going to be the case. And while all this is happening, we have some fights that were taking place. We know there was a 50-50 that happened over towards Epicenter. We know that Smile was fighting over towards the Overlook side. Those fights, they continue to happen.
AMG currently contained in front of them, I believe, all inside that house right now. Fury will go ahead and try and peek through the window. Instead, takes roof control for his squad. Go ahead and knock out that door with the Arcstar currently, as never mind, it's not even, it's a different fight going on the western side of the map currently, as Corridos are in a little bit of trouble here. Bestiak dropped down low, but hey, he's going to swing back around. Never mind, decides to fall back onto the rock here, as the rest of his squad will go ahead and gain control of this building. But boy, swap back on over to the east side now, and it looks like Smile went out their fight.
Yeah, nice job by Smile. They are one of the stronger team fighting teams here. We also got a chance to see where the zone was going to pull. It's going to be another thermal station zone. Not sure exactly which one it's going to be, but thermal, if it ends in the back buildings, that is one of the most unforgiving circles in all of Apex. It's literally impossible to get any type of control in the higher end lobbies once everyone starts setting up in the buildings. Team Cheez It, they're a refinery team. Avoided Epicenter this time, and don't have the worst loot of all time, having 3 blue armors, but they have a pretty far way to go. And looks like when they're rocking this Gibraltar combination, it's combination, excuse me, it's not gonna be that bad for them. So we'll see what they do and how they're able to get out of there.
Yeah, it looks like Team Razor understanding the situation they're in. Ring pulling down to the south of them. They're already up here on the northern side. They'll take time to get the additional loot here, as they already know that they're going to be playing on edge. There's no chance for them to try and play from a stronger position. They'll have to walk in with the ring regardless here. And so they'll be able to pick up trials along the way. And so the additional loot, I mean, their loot already looks fantastic, and they haven't even started trials yet.
Yeah, there's going to be at least a gold armor and a gold bag in here for Zeratricky. He's going to be loving it. Let's see what happens somewhere else on the map right now, because I don't want to watch these guys, get all their loot and get the power. There has to be some sort of fighting somewhere, or at least let's see someone maybe on the thermal side and see exactly where these guys are going to set up, because that's where the zone's going to be. So I want to see like the rotations, want to see exactly how people are going to go and play this one. Sinister is going to be one of the teams that looks like they want to go and lock down and gatekeep over here towards the choke, which is a pretty viable option, because then you're going to be able to control the houses behind you over here too. And also, without a scan quite yet, they may be predicting the zone to pull over here, which is another fairly common zone, but we did see that scan, and it was heavily favoring more over towards the thermal side.
Yeah, of course, they can play for just the kill points. Like you said, this is definitely one of those spots that is very unforgiving if you don't have this super fast, lightning fast rotation where you just end up finding yourself gate kept left, right, and center. And oh my goodness, that was a full complement of gold equipment coming out. Of course, you can't get the gold knockdown shield, and so that's the only reason why I think that spot didn't have it for him. Right now, though, it's Team Pringles in a fight, making their way on over to try and punish, I believe it was Team Smile. That might have still been in the area. And here comes the defensive bombardment. Here comes the barrels. Dome has been used as well as they peek on out. The 56, it's not enough for the knock. It's going to be Cologne without the C to fall. Stink might be the next one to drop as well. He's on that horizon. He will go down. Sunken Ship, the only one alive, but he will be able to survive for now. Gets the armor swap, but he has to get out of there, taking so much damage before he gets into the building. Luckily, though, we've seen how strong a caustic hold on that particular building can be, so we'll see if the team continue to push them there.
Yeah, the action started to unfold a little bit more now, and I would have loved to see Stink and whoever else that was on his team Thirst the Bloodhound that they knocked Phony Head, because Stink really needed an armor swap, and they just left his teammate there 30 HP and didn't do anything. Instead took the armor swap for himself after he got knocked. So it would have been nice teamwork if they were able to execute that one. But now we see what Rice Krispies doing. They're stuck inside the Dorito area. Strictly is going to finish off Sunken Ship, who was a part of that team. I believe that's the Bangalore on Team Pringles. So they continue to kind of fall apart over here. But Sunny took a one clip to the face by Mike Lab. Holy cow, what nice shots.
Yeah, the distance to play off of with that Volt, it does a lot of damage, as you can see. Sunny will be able to recover and heal up with that bat for now. Again, caustic defensive hold coming out from RKT currently, as Team Sinister really want to try and turn the screws on this squad, but really can't do much. Here's a port out, though, to try and get them out to safety. As you can see now, Amitla, along with Ziffer and the rest of the squad, are trying to cover this for now, but looks like he will be able to get his team to safety, and a great peek out as he understood the aggro was pulled away from them. It's AMG, though, coming in here as that third party, so that's great timing on that port for now. Oh my goodness, Munsgod with the massive is able to take out Sleepy Panda. Rizuki here on the low ground now will go ahead and challenge the Beast of the Hunt here, so he has that red outline to work with. Now, as he's getting fired upon from the low, slides on down. He needs the help of Sir Lift-A-Lot, who is now getting involved in this fight. Gets the knock onto Mike Lap. Munsgod is down as well, so it's now down to a 2v1. The fast bubble res coming out as Rizuki takes a lot of damage, has to get behind cover, but they get Sleepy Panda up. He starts popping that Phoenix out in the middle of nowhere, and might get punished for it, but it looks like with a good nade, they'll keep them at bay, allowing Rizuki to come in for that re-peek. Good spray with that R99, keeping that player at bay, and they will slowly be able to finish this team off as long as they pull in as a full three-man. Sleepy Panda comes in, will finish off Munsgod, and that will be Team Res out.
Razor got a lot of kills over towards the side while this was happening. I believe they put some damage into one Brain 2 controllers and crippled their game just a little bit, as we see how they're going to try to get out of here. But I also want to see if their third party is going to continue over towards the side, because we know how much action was over here. I think Rice Krispies was able to ditch and get into the high ground over towards the side here, so they could be involved in this too if they wanted to, because Sinister did have a nice initial push over here, but now they're doing the same exact thing that Rice Krispies did. in similar fashion. Deja Vu, speaking of Rice Krispie Treats, they looped back around and took the spot that they wanted originally. And that's just a heads-up play by them. You saw 4 teams in the vicinity. They avoided all of them.
SIZ are here as well. As you can see, Zach getting that knock onto a midline. So Team Sinister now in a world of trouble, as Barely Asian does get finished off as well by Zach Mazer. Rice Krispie Treats understanding who is now in the area. Should start playing this a bit more cautiously here, as there's one player still up on those death boxes to their north currently. Stunny. This is where all the action started off, a team pushing from this angle, and now we have come full circle. Stunny having to back away once again into Dorito to pop that bat. As the rest of the team hold the angle for him. Bird along with Sung ready, but now with that barrel down, looks like things will slow down just for a moment here as Stunny tries to use this cheeky angle. It's SIZ that are here up on the high ground.
Look at the control coming in from Stay Naughty there. Meanwhile, looks like Sung was able to pick up a kill over towards the side. Zach finishes off the kill that he had initially had, but it's the hemlock from Bird out of the window. Zach's in the middle of the open, no bubble here. Armor swap in the middle though does hit, and now the caustic gas is going to come through. There's the aggressive play. Typically you don't see SIZ running away from fights, but it's Rice Krispie Treats on the hunt. Great job by Bird with the initial knock, and they're going to finish off SIZ. Rice Krispies, phenomenal job. It really was full circle there, with Stunny getting one clipped over towards the side, and now it all comes back about 5 to 6, 7, 8 teams later. They win out the area.
And Team Razor have been able to make it in from the zone. Still playing here on the northern side as, oh boy, Zeratricky gets taken out. That's going to be Blight connecting. But with the distances being played off of, they're not going to be able to instantly punish, especially with Hakulo hitting a great spray. And here's the instant port. Oh boy, they're not able to recover. Zeratricky has fallen as well. Mercy only finished off. See if Hakulo can try to recover Zeratricky at the very least. Looks like Pop-Tarts were able to find great timing on that for now. Hakulo backing away into staging as he heals up, and no chance whatsoever to recover on Zeratricky. Here though, inside the ring proper, it's NPL. Even though they're not playing the Watson, we saw them try to play a little bit more center zone and slow things down. This is really where they would love to have a Watson at the very least. Playing this circle building can be incredibly strong. You want to have the extra defensive capabilities of that Watson.
They're going to be able to bubble scan over and over again too, but I feel like this is going to pull more over towards where Rockstar is actually, on the platform where they were shooting across from, and more towards the buildings in the back. I'm not sure if NPL is holding that building because they feel like it's going to pull there, if they want the scans, or if that's just the spot they feel like they're going to pick up the most kills right now. It is a decent spot. You're always going to be safe here. But Thermal is such a difficult rotation no matter where you are, and with all of these top tier players left in the lobby, you can see how valuable the sniper rifles are too. Charge rifle is going to be doing a lot of damage. You're at least going to have 1 or 2 players with that, maybe a scout on your team, triple take, something along those lines, and that's how you're going to really pick up a lot of your kills and charge your Evo shield throughout all of this. Unfortunately for Rockstar, there's still a decent amount of damage away. Cheese It now making their portal play. They're going to go over towards the building, and now we're starting to see all these teams setting up, and all the gatekeeping is going to start.
Yeah, they're on the pipeline house right now, as this is a decent spot, but again, rotations are going to be a bit difficult. With 1 minute and 40 seconds, though, before those ring starts closing, you have plenty of time, of course, to build up another portal, but a team is standing in their way. We know that there is one inside the circle building, but it looks like there's another squad to their south as well, and it's going to be a crypto team. So they have to be wary of that right now. Taking any engagement is going to be a quick third party, as everyone is within striking distance of this building for now. And so they're going to play this a little bit more cautiously, hold inside the buildings for now, and just wait it out for the next ring. They're under no pressure currently. One team that's also under no pressure, it's going to be Team Rockstar playing on the south side. We saw a lot of teams, of course, starting to funnel over to the north, and so they have a lot of this high ground free for now, but they will, of course, be safe and use those scans to make sure that there's no one lurking on them.
Exactly, and this would be a lot more contested with more teams in the lobby right now, and that's why the action has slowed down a lot here. This is typically when everyone would start to rotate and die, but there's so much real estate that you don't even really have to make a play. You could hold just that little rock area if you're that team. You don't have to actually go over towards the building. Or you could elect to maybe make your way over towards bottom center. I don't think bottom center has been taken yet. There's still a lot of different places, so it'd be crazy for this team to go and push this building unless they get a lot of damage on Rockstar. You saw Crummy took a lot, and maybe that gave the confidence they needed to go and push.
Oh, they got the knock on to Lucas. Here comes the defensive bombardment. They do have to be careful. The caustic barrels are there in front of them as the scan does come out. Bubble used by Rakanishu to cover his own defensive bombardment here. Does take some damage from it, but it means he also secures Lucas. And so now it's going to be that much easier to hold it. Even though they have another team down here on the south, they're fighting in a 3v2 currently. The Kraber is lined up, and oh, it's Rakanishu to fall. The big boy gets taken down. We're down to a 1v2 though, as Blight will throw down that barrel onto the Wraith in that mid queue as he goes for the reclimb, and as he does get the knock, he will fall though. Team Rockstar hold on to the south, but here comes the zone. Matt Pickett needs to get him up in time, and it looks like they will have some time to at least get back in and fully recover here. I don't know if there's any other teams in the area. It doesn't seem like it, as you mentioned beforehand. Ooh, just a sliver peeking out, and so he does have to just re-maneuver himself behind the rock, and instead of going for the res, he's going to allow Crummy to heal up and cover the res for himself.
It's exactly what you should do there. You have the triple take, you have the Bloodhound, you have the scan. You should just be laying down the cover fire if someone else is going to be sniping you, and that's exactly what they do. So nice job there by Team Rockstar. But can we talk about how Blight was popping off there for Team Pop-Tarts? I was really liking the way that he played that one. 271 with the Kraber, almost 3v1ing Team Rockstar, which is not easy to do. He's definitely been one of the stronger players on Team Pop-Tarts. But take a look at Rice Krispies and what they're doing. They're not able to hit the rotation that they were wanting. Again, this is where things start to get a little bit sticky, as this pulled very hard away from them. And we start to get those pings onto the building across from the donut. So I believe that was Team Cheez-It that made their way over there with the nice portal play earlier.
Yeah, and this is going to be a little bit difficult for Team Intel, but at the very least, they are a tanky squad right now. Rockstar making their move, coming on up as they do get the knock and the kill on to Zara Tricky. Just a slow rotate there as Zara Tricky gets caught out. Very unfortunate for them. Now with 45 seconds, they have plenty of time now, freeing up some room for themselves, maneuvering around, of course, with the extra loot. As yeah, things unfortunate for Rockstar, they weren't able to recover a lot of the loot. Even though they were able to get kills, they were not able to recover loot.
Not at all, and that's tough because that's why you see them sharing resources right there. And this is one of the difficult spots about being in the center here, like Nestle Pure Life too, is you do start to run out of heals because you've been trying to poke and lay down damage, get your Evo shield up by. But while that's happening, other teams are kind of doing the same. So now big scans coming out for Ronnie, and he has a pretty solid combination for when this zone starts to close. The R301 with the blue mag there, the EVA 8 with the purple bolt should be putting in some serious work as we see how Rockstar was able to maneuver, weaseling their way over towards the very edge of this circle. Still about 10 seconds before it actually closes, but they have been had, so they're trying to just maneuver, dip, dodge, and play this jungle gym. This is not the ideal situation to be in for Rockstar right now. Crummy, you may want to consider putting a portal somewhere.
They do have a little cover to work with at the base of that tower. Yeah, it's definitely not the safest for them, but it might just be their only option, as Crummy is trying to weigh them right now. We'll reconnect with Matt Pickett very shortly here with 8 squads remaining, 22 players. I believe there might be a rat still in the lobby. I don't know if it's just 2 teams as a duo or if it's just one team with the rats. But hey, we're still we see a lot of teams full healthy. Bird will be able to heal up. It does have that bat, but things are about to get very messy here as Hakulo, oh boy, we'll just go ahead and give his life up. I feel like, oh, there's a full team in front of him, that's why.
Yeah, there was no escaping. Once he took so much damage and he was going to cross the lava, he realized that he was even going to just die to the lava. So he just stood still, let it happen, and Pickett going to get a nice pick there onto Irid, but the finish isn't going to come through because you saw the res happening on your screen behind the wall safely there. So nice angle coming in for Pickett. And now it's up to Crummy to try to figure out how they're going to rotate here. The good news is Rakanishu does have the defensive bombardment coming up at 5%. So if Rakanishu is able to make a good play, Crummy's able to make a good portal, they should be able to buy some time here to let these other teams fight each other. Taking a look at Rice Krispies, what their play is. They would have loved to get over towards the bottom of that donut building, but that's not in play right now. So they're going to make a portal over towards the building. Sunny going to put this one down, and it looks like it's going to be in a decent spot too. Is Hambino going to get a knock onto Tempest? Team Intel still in this one, and Bird realizes he needs to go help his team just in case they need a bubble. So he's going to go take the portal, and a nice job by Sunny putting them in a good position now.
Here comes the flank from Team Rockstar. Now Intel right in front of them. Matt Pickett getting that knock, the finish onto Tempest, bringing it down to the top 7 squads remaining now. As Team Rockstar, they still have to continue to move. Zone is closing in now. It looks like they do have some cover to work with. Basically, if they can just get up, scan out from Matt Pickett. A lot of information gleaned from that one. It's very difficult to parse out. Here, it looks like they were able to at least find a safe rotation. Never mind, there's someone coming in behind them. Until Crummy turns around, gets that knock onto Beziak. We'll be able to finish that one off, but there's just so much going on. The defensive bombardment, everything being used in that fight. Crummy is the sole survivor for Team Rockstar. Has to pull off that bat. Unfortunately, just over peaks and gets shot from behind. He will go down. It's our final 5 squads. Team Rice Krispies holding the bottom side of this building. We know there's someone on the 2nd floor as well, as NPL were trying to push in, but they get taken out coming in from that eastern rotation.
This has been one heck of a game for Team Rice Krispies. Again, they started all of this fighting, and we could see what would have happened if that fighting didn't take place, because they're all sharing and coexisting in this little tiny circle. It would have been even more sloppy than what we just saw about a minute and a half ago, where everybody died right on this east side of the outer edge here. It looks like Team Intel, they're trying to survive with just 2 players here. Unfortunately, lost Tempest, which would have been big to have an EMP here at this point to try to get rid of the other caustic barrels on the other side from Sung and Team Rice Krispie Treats. But they do have a little bit of area to work with, Jamerson. The question is, where is this final player? Where is this final team or rat that's in the game? And are they going to be able to third party it on the other side from this low ground? You can see Rice Krispies trying to infiltrate with this caustic. That's how you do it with the barrels. Try to put the barrel down and shoot it, and then you can try to walk through the gas as the enemy's slowed and their vision is impaired. But they don't want to make a mistake here, Jamerson. There's a lot of points up for grabs in the last moments.
Yeah, we know. Once again, we saw it in the last game. When it comes down to the final 3, that typically the 3rd team to engage is the one that wins it out. So we're seeing RKT just controlling the top side right now. They've got some zips being set up as well, and so they can play on top of the pipe. And now we still have 3 alive. The bubble is below them though, and so a little bit of miscommunication is going to mean maybe they lose out on 1. That's going to be 2 getting knocked as Panders comes in for that one. Hambino gets finished off to the ring here, but it's still Panders and Hill alive as he gets climbed up on from behind, but he turns around beautifully to finish off Team Rice Krispies. And now I believe it might just be a 1v2 here, and it is the drop down and the cleanup coming out as they take the win.
Really unfortunate there for Rice Krispie Treats, but Intel's going to take advantage of the mistake there. I love the play coming in from Sung to go and take the high ground over towards that yellow barrel there, that yellow pipe, but the rest of his team was down low. He, again, tried to slide down. I think he ended up sliding so far that he went into the ring, took a tick of damage, and then got knocked, and they didn't stand a chance after that. So Intel, with only 2 players, is going to win, I believe, their 2nd game.
Yeah, no, I do agree with the bubble going down on the low ground. I mean, you just can't play it there on the pipe. You have to understand that the bubble only works on the top half, not the bottom half.
Yeah.
It's completely vulnerable.
It's not a
there.
spear.
So, yeah, exactly. It's half a spear. But yeah, congratulations on that win. Team Intel continuing to carry this momentum. Did they slow down SIZ enough? We'll find out. We're going to go ahead and take an extended break as we have reached halftime. So go ahead and stretch your legs, grab a snack. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach! Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
I could make any flavored Pop-Tart, and I've said this in the Twitch chat before, in the arena or the esports arena Twitch chat, I would make a pizza flavored Pop-Tart, not a Hot Pocket. It's not a Hot Pocket, okay? It's different. You harness the essence of the pizza, you extract the flavors from the pizza, and then you inject it straight into the Pop-Tart, and then you surround that flavor with a Pop-Tart crumb surrounding, kind of like a calzone. Still not a Hot Pocket though. Still not a Hot Pocket. And then you frost it with a tomato flavored frosting. Okay, that's like your sauce on the outside, right? This is your pizza flavored Pop-Tart.
right, welcome back to Series E, guys. I know that was a little bit longer of a break than you're used to, but it's halftime. We got to give our players some rest as well. And so we'll have 4 more explosive games ahead of us. But before we go ahead and get into game number 5, let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard to see exactly where we shape up. Team Intel with some massive games will pull themselves ahead by just 1 point above SIZ.
The most impressive thing that they're doing is without teens. So they got Panos coming in and doing a fantastic job on that Wraith, and Team Intel just barely holding on. SIZ's been playing phenomenal today. Rice Krispie Treats, they've been in there. Team Razor have been able to fully execute as we're normally seeing them do on the open days, but still in the running as we go into game number 5 and game number 6. The math really starts to matter, but still, either way, still a lot of games to be played and plenty of opportunity to come back for one of these teams.
That's right. It was the halfway mark, and with the next 4 games, again, when we have an 8-game format, you always have to stay consistent. As you can see, this is the consistency of a lot of our open registration teams that come in. 2 brains, 1 controller. Typically, they're up on the top. 344 points overall after all of the weeks of competition. So, I mean, they basically secured a spot already in relegation, but they want to continue, of course, to compete it out here during our open nights.
And there's going to be a lot more teams that show up when the relegations actually do happen. New teams that get formed, teams that split up, et cetera, et cetera. So it's going to be exciting to see what happens moving forward, because once we move into a new ALGS season, that's when things start to shift up a little bit. So we'll see exactly what happens. But 2 brains, 1 controller, I don't expect them to make any changes anytime soon. They do have a fill-in coming in, 2 fill-ins coming in for today. And both of those players have done a phenomenal job as they were able to win game number 3.
Yeah, and so we're going to go ahead and take a short look at what Razor were able to do. I mean, again, having Skyhook uncontested is so incredibly strong for them because they come out with such great loot. We were talking about this, of course. They started off with trials, and you know, they were able to get that gold armor for themselves, walking in slowly from the north hand side because they knew that they were already slow on the rotate, and all the good positions over at that thermal ending were already taken away from them, and so they just walk through this one slowly. Unfortunately for them, just got caught out by too many teams. Hakulo tries to portal on out. Pop Tarts were right on top of them, and the Kraber shots were just too strong.
Yeah, it was Blight with the Kraber doing phenomenal work that game, but Rice Krispies was there third-partying people over from that Dorito building the entire time, and they started with about 16 teams over towards the Dorito. Once it was all said and done, there was about 11 teams left, and then went from 9 basically down to 5 very quickly, and then we had 4 teams coexisting over towards where that end zone was, so it was a pretty fun thermal station ending. We had 2 so far.
Yeah, Team Razor, though, today, not having the usual kind of performance we see out of them, especially when it becomes the open nights, Tuesdays. That's typically where they perform better. But, you know, with 4 games left to go, maybe they do start shaping up once again to be the usual Team Razor that we do see. It's Team Intel that have been doing a phenomenal job for almost the past month now. It seems like a new switch, like something reinvigorated these players, and they have really been performing here, both in Series E and throughout the ALGS.
And I think Team Intel Week came at the right time, where all the partner teams tend to really care about performing well for their partners and making sure that they're coming through and having their best week ever for Series E. And they really did a great job of hitting their stride at the right time, coming through with the ALGS playoffs coming through this weekend. And then you have Series E continuing to happen throughout all of this time, even going past the holidays too. So it's going to be fun to watch out just how much they can actually improve, and will they end up being, you know, our number 1 team overall. If they continue to play this way and can, you know, bump their way up and catch up to Team Razor, it's completely possible. But Razor, I don't think they're going to slow down anytime soon. They haven't been playing 100% today, but they still have 4 more games to go and try to do that. And we all know that they're just 1 big game away from blowing this up. So they just have to make sure things go their way and, you know, see what Intel's doing. We know they land over towards the sorting side. They should be able to get this for free. But keep in mind, who has been reaching, I think it's been Rockstar, Jamerson, that they've been catching on the rotations back-to-back games.
Yeah, it has been happening. And, you know, we haven't had an Eastern zone quite yet. And so Intel are continuing to just stand in their way when it goes up to the north as well. Intel having a very similar rotation path going through Geyser, going up to the tunnel on the east side, and Rockstar had that similar rotation path as well when it came down to that. But it looks like this time around, Team Rockstar are challenged. As you can see, there is an enemy dome on the other side. Crummy wanted to push up, but here comes the scan, and so that will mean that he just slows down for now. Could go ahead and take roof control or just continue looting. Does have a wingman in the works with Rakanishu rocking that R301. No attachments on it for him. Very unfortunate for Rockstar to get challenged here on the drop.
Yeah, just half their loot's gone now. It's unfortunate. It's not even worth the 3 kills, and it's not worth the pain, but looks like Buff Pathfinder is a team that they're going up against, and Team Rockstar should be able to handle this fight because they're so experienced at landing over towards this side. But for me, what I find weird is that Rockstar doesn't take the ultimate high ground. Instead, they take the low ground over towards the train station side, and now Buff Pathfinder is going to push already towards the bottom train.
And they are split up is Team Rockstar currently. As you can see, Matt Pickett now caught behind, still in this train tracks, while the rest of his team is inside here. You can't just go ahead and drop it down. As we join on board with Cheez-It, getting into their fight with Team Pop-Tarts. One knock already coming on over. That's Fat Bird Ninja the Fall, and they'll be able to pick that one up. Another fight taking place. And never mind, that's the continuation of that fight. Team Rockstar getting that first knock. Rise is answered back, but it's going to be a 1v2 now, as Pop-Tarts do get finished off by Team Cheez-It. 1v1 now as Crummy will be facing off against OP Holy here. OP Holy does have 125 HP to work with. Thermite connects onto him. Will crack that armor before this engagement happens. Crummy is getting ready to push up. That's going to force the Gibraltar out to one side. So Arcstar, never mind. He just face tanks that, but here comes out the push from Crummy with the AEVA 8. He will finish it off. Team Rockstar win this one out. And this might actually work out in their benefit because this slows down their rotation. We were talking about it before, how often they are running into Team Intel. This might mean that Team Intel, with a very high priority on this next zone, Team Rockstar might not run into them.
Possibly, but can we talk about those nades from Crummy? The Thermite was great before the bubble came down, stopped him from potentially rezzing there. And then the Arcstar somehow was inside of the bubble. No one knows how the Arcstar made it there, but the armor swap was just so tempting coming through from the Buff Pathfinder squad that they really wanted to go for that one. But unfortunately, Crummy just wins that 1v1 so well. Nice job by him, and we know they're not going to get third-partied that early into the game over towards there. But Intel hasn't rotated yet, Jamerson, so I think Rockstar probably will still run into him.
Yeah, as we do have the ring information courtesy of Tempest on that crypto. The ring just pulls over here to the north side of Sorting. You can see the ping out onto the circle building just to their north. That's one of the considerations to play off of, or just holding on the northern side. But it looks like they're going to be a little bit wary as a lot of nades are starting to come in, raining down on them. Team up top is making it a bit difficult here as Tempest does get tagged by that Thermite. Here's the Nox gas grenade. Or was it just the barrels being used? They have to fall back. It's the full complement of nades is coming down to them. It's going to be the instant poured out from that other team, or actually they tried to go for an abduct there. It didn't work out for them. It's Shame Assist though in a fight over here at the mine pass on the north side of the zone currently. That might be Team Razor on the other side. It is not. It is Team Rez. Excuse me, this is over a train. I kind of lost my position there on the map. A lot of fighting taking place as AMG are in the fight up against Team Sinister as well. Sleepy Panda starting that one off in the knock onto a Mitla. But it's Team Pringles versus Team Intel taking place over here at Sorting Factory. Quick peek out from Sunken as he gets the knock onto Panders. He'll take the port on back, hits for the 26, hits for the 52, and Stink will now go ahead and charge forward here with the bubble to get the instant thirst. Has a caustic in his face, but oh, unfortunate, as the angle is a little bit difficult. Now Clone without the C will finish off Hill, and Team Intel, despite getting the win in the last game, they go down here, don't get any placement points, don't get any kill points.
Stink kind of froze there. Maybe his controller disconnected, but either way, his team was there to follow up on that one. SIZ trying to make their way into this building. Some good initial damage comes through, but that's Hambino, I believe, from Nestle Pure Life inside of this building. Got to worry about getting thirsted there too, but now it's actually Cheez-It, excuse me, not necessarily Pure Life. Sorry about that, Hambino, and they're going to be able to clean him up. Nice job. Initial knock there coming through. and finishing them while still remaining healthy. Team Cheez It taking down SIZ.
So Team Intel, despite their early departure, they are happy at the very least that the next to go is going to be SIZ, as it's now Team Pringles with full control over this building at Sorting Factory. And it looked like they had to give up the position just for a moment to recover, as they might have gotten pushed out by a third party here, but they are full, they are healthy, and now they want to go ahead and reclaim their loot on the north side of this building. We do have the cost of just waiting for the next scan here, and we'll go ahead and use that. No information for them. It's the team over at the circle building that they initially wanted to ping out and possibly gain control of. But they do at least recover this loot.
And Pringles had infinite grenades throughout all of this too. They threw about 5 or 6 grenades just into this little cubby. I think it was like 3 or 4 arc stars, a couple of thermites, made it very difficult for Team Intel to do anything. And that's so unfortunate whenever the zone ends on your POI, especially when you're such a strong team like Intel. You're almost expected to finish into the top 5, but now Razor is on the hunt. Beast of the Hunt popped by Mercy Only. Great burst fire coming through, but they realize I think there's multiple teams in the vicinity here on train.
There definitely are, as two brains, excuse me, one brain, 2 controllers are here. Rice Krispies losing GS Bird as well. Mercy Only with that Beast of the Hunt popped, gonna give his team that extra scan at the end for himself, as they'll opt to just go ahead and play the high ground for now, have another angle to work off of. As it's gonna be very, very dicey spot to play when you don't have that high ground angle, you don't have that additional info as well. It is Seamus just on the other side, as oh boy, a wide peak comes out, and he almost gets punished as the armor, that purple armor, barely surviving, as Sumo now backs away as well. Both teams really realizing how dangerous their positions are. So it just becomes a game of chess, all about positioning here, as Sumo will climb up, now make his way on over. There's an opportunity for him to try and go up that zip to try and challenge them, but with that scan, they realize that this team is backing away for now. Team Razor, though, they still have Zeratricky here on the high ground with that charge rifle, holding his ground. He will drop down with that arc star and try to punch this Wraith, but you see that instant Q out to get out to safety.
Also, the discipline not to use the bubble there for Zeratricky's big, because he doesn't want to use it just on himself. He wants to try to save it for one of his teammates if they get knocked, or if they need to all heal inside of the bubble, and then one person could cover them as they go and make their play. But Zeratricky again wants to be the aggressive. He pushes up. Meanwhile, Aves in your kill feed is going to get a knock. It's going to be Dirty getting the first knock, excuse me, onto Zeratricky, and I think Team Razor's on the ropes here. It's a 3 versus 1, and they're still healthy on the other side. Shame assist. Game 2 winners coming through and taking down Team Razor. Aggressive play for Zeratricky just didn't work out.
Absolutely, positively massive coming out from them here. Is Seamus is definitely in the running as well. Team Sinister looks like they were able to recover. Midla, though, does need to get rezzed up, and there is the bubble res for him, and he'll have some time as well to pop some heals. He's only got the white armor. At the very least, get a sell off before he backs away. Barely Asian, though, Honest Watson holding the back line, as it looks like his team will be able to just back up off of this, and they have to still worry about their rotation, as the ultimate Excel is going to be used now by Barely Asian. So a lot of precautionary measures being used by Sinister to ensure that they survive this early game.
1000%. And now we see what Team Pringles is still doing on top of sorting, and it looks like it pulled a little bit further away. And when you see where this zone is, if we could get a scan, I don't have the scan up top of the building, I don't believe, unless that's what they're doing right now. So it actually pulls away from sorting and towards the buildings across. So now a team that's in a great position would be a team like Cheez It, who's going to be able to gatekeep all the fragment teams and everybody from behind. So very interesting pull of the zone there, and that's something that Team Intel wish they predicted earlier.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they got caught out, and there was a team that was in the way, and they wanted to go a little bit further north, but now they are relegated to just playing out in the main sorting factory building. As you can see, Team Cheez It opting to play a further back defensive position instead of all the way up top on that choke. as there is a chance that it hard pulls over to them on those blue bins. It's a very small one though, but yeah, like you said, still trying to gatekeep any teams coming in from the northeast side. But this was a team that, of course, comes from the northeast side, so I don't know how many other teams would be maybe late wrapping down here. Looks like Team Rice Krispies were able to recover at this point, as Bird, though, might be in some trouble. There we go. He's got a syringe for himself, and you have to understand the port is ending there inside the zone, so he has to wait it out. It only lasts about 2 seconds when both exits of the portal are in zone, so that's what he's doing right now, waiting for him. Team Pringles, though, here on the high ground, still just trying to contest that team, getting rid of the doors. One less piece of cover for the team inside the circle building to work with. And it's AMG playing on the edge here over at Harvester. We're seeing 2 looks out of them. Here on, I guess, the open days, they're playing a bit more aggressive compositions. While on the pro nights, if we see AMG playing it out, you know, having them play a bit more passively, having the Watson.
I like the way that AMG plays. I think that they're a pretty underrated team, and they have a lot of good team fighting potential. We've seen them pop off numerous times. It's just consistency is what they struggle with the most. They're going to elect to sit in the choke here, which isn't the most ideal situation. You are going to be able to get a lot of action over towards your right-hand side from the teams that are going to make their way over towards sorting. I'm not sure who's in the donut area, but we know that Pringles is over in that vicinity, and Nestle Pure Life has to make a rotation eventually too, and they have a lot of area to work through. I mean, maybe the most difficult rotation in the entire game would be NPL right now.
On board with Rice Krispies, though, who are still rotating through the zone right now. As, will they have enough heals for this? A Phoenix Kit is being used by Sung, as it looks like Pringles are trying to find an opening here. Good thermite, but just not enough damage, and so they will back away up off of this so far. Again, the ring continuing to pull away from them for now, so it's going to be a difficult task. Again, with that valley in their way, the ring continuing to pull north. By all indications, it will end up on one of those buildings there. Team Pringles need to find a way to wrap around. It looks like a far east wrap might be it, but they do have a team in front of them right now as the scan does come out.
Yeah, this is a lot slower than the previous games that we had. A lot of teams staying alive, which is what you love to see. Remember, this is where a lot of action happened over towards in the previous game. In game number 4, we had a fight that just never ended. That Team Rice Krispies started, and they ended up going and having a phenomenal game overall. This is Shame Assist coming through as we switch on over with the rotations coming through for Pringles. They were safe over towards the side, but got a little bit aggressive and rotated out and too far into the open. And they get punished for that one. Also, they switched their composition up to a more traditional composition, getting off of the Bangalore through all that too. It's going to be Team Smile and Mini that were putting down the damage. This could be the team that was in the donut.
It might be a 3-team fight, and it definitely is. The port out to get aggressive there. They saw the knock onto Team Pringles, and now it's going to be Smile on the back foot. Qualix started this one all off. They got the first knock onto that squad, but now they are under some pressure. Oh boy, Ira taking a lot of damage. He does have the bubble, so they'll be able to reset here and then start pushing back into the jungle gym, but Smile have recovered. Mini's gonna pop a bat for himself. They'll back away with their ports, as again, they don't want to give up this position. Qualix will go ahead and gain control over that.
Not able to connect with those triple take shots, unfortunately. Could have been pretty big for the players that were rotating through. Finally able to hit a 67 there. But the jungle gym is not a safe area to be unless you're going to have a Watson. Seamus gets knocked over towards the side. That's going to be Cheez It, who was in the choke. We saw them holding that down a little bit earlier. Now they're starting to get rewarded with those kills. You have to get the finish on a Sumo if they're able to. You see some potential uppercuts coming in for the teammates, and now a res into the open. So they must be getting shot from the other side, because you see Strictly actually goes down throughout all this too. So Shame Assist with the gold bag, going to get back into the game.
That is huge. As you can see, Sumo now just only needs to pop 2 bats and 2 syringes, and 2 cells and 2 syringes, and he'll be good to go. as it's Team Rice Krispies playing from the northwest side. They have finally been able to make it into the zone, but their economy has to be hurting. Popping heal after heal to get in. Luckily for them, though, this is a pocket that they can play off of. It is safe in there for now. But they do start backing away. They have a replicator to work with. Okay. Unfortunate for him, he has no crafting mats. Neither does Bird. So maybe they already hit the med kits and the batteries there. Good shots coming out from Sung. Again, they need to start challenging for one of these for control over one of these buildings for now. It's Rockstar here on the respawn beacon building, as Shame assists now are starting to slide on down and try to take control over Dorito. Defensive bombardment being considered by Rakanishu, but he has to pop that bat first. He took a little bit too much damage there. Smile getting into a fight up against NPL, and NPL pushing out from like that tunnel area, I believe, last we checked in with them. So nice first pickup, but they need to recover fast because their zone is closing. They're right on the edge. Here comes a defensive bombardment out from Bambino, as that'll allow him to walk forward with the zone as it creeps up, and while popping that bat. Again, it's about leapfrogging from position to position as Gizmac will go ahead and lead the charge, but Bambino has gone and cracked once again now with about 50 HP. Scan, and there's a team right on top of them. E-Boy Ronnie dropping down. Just praying, hoping no one looks down at them.
See if they can live. They just can't get shot from that north-hand side. It's going to be difficult for the team above them to actually lay down cover fire, but I love this play to go and drop down. They had, again, one of the more difficult rotations to come through, but they're still somehow alive throughout all of this as we see where exactly this is going to pull. And now Gizmac going to go and have to make his portal. We've seen great portal plays for Gizmac earlier, so I already have confidence that he's going to make the right play here. Over towards the side, gets over towards the fence here. We'll see exactly a little bit later on how they're able to live throughout all of this commotion, because it's these teams in the donut who have been a nuisance for the last 5 or 6 minutes. Now a very common situation where the teams are going to split the low ground and the high ground. Just get Bambino on the side getting a couple knocks and kills, so it looks like they probably infiltrated the building over towards the opposite side. AMG taking a lot of damage. Sleepy Panda, last guy alive. Don't think he's going to be able to finish this one off with the EMP coming through too. Smile throughout all of this, extremely healthy.
They are, and they have plenty of time to work with. It's 30 seconds as the zone does pull away from them to the north now, and it's Rice Krispies coming in to clean up all this additional loot. But it's the triangle building that'll be next to them over to the east. That's going to be hotly contested as well. For now, Nades coming in to clear out angles as Smile continue their push now with the bubble. Keep himself safe. Mini gets the knock onto Barely. Asian finds the second one, and they will get rid of that squad with only taking shield damage. But now 5 seconds, zone starts closing. What's the game plan here, boys? As Rice Krispies loses out on one. NPL cornered Cat are able to strike back, and this is very unfortunate timing for them. It's down to a 1v1. Gizmac and has his teammate to give him that extra information to peek out with that knock shield. How aggressive does he get off this? He needs to start making a move, but instead he'll go ahead and pop that res.
It's the res, but it's in the zone, and Rodney's going to die a little bit too late on that one, and then the rotation coming through. Everyone going to die to the zone right there. Double grief coming in for both of those teams. Unfortunate for them. That was a good building to hold down. Rockstar made the rotation, though. The portal coming through. Pickett with the shots over towards the high ground. Crummy going to finish off Matt over towards the low ground. Rakanishu doesn't have the bubble, so he's not going to be able to drop that for the safe heals and the quick heals over towards this rock. But the aggressive play from Crummy is looking good right now. That's going to be able to allow them to get a little bit more resources. It also gives you confidence on what's going on with this side of the map as they're picking down a red armor for their boy Pickett. They also have Team Corridos, who's locking things down in that building like you were talking about, Jamerson. The highly contested one, Crummy, 1 HP. Can he live? Pickett, 1 HP. And there's the bubble from Rakanishu. MVP.
Yeah, you can't really try and push this as well. So this will be a safe reset coming out from them. Smile have lost out on one, and Fury has the same idea in mind, just on the opposite side, but he doesn't even get the port down. Phony Head will get finished off. Smile are down. We're now down to our top three. Corridos, you're able to recover that loot. Hayarka does need to get an arm swap for himself. His Rakadisha currently just healing up his health. There might be an armor swap for him, or maybe they have a bet. We'll find out in just a moment. Crummy is preparing for a port though, as he's 36% away. He's really not going to have it for this one. Might have it for the next, as Rakanishu, I guess they are just all out of shield meds. We'll have to just YOLO this one in. Has a bubble, does not get it down in time. It's just too far out. Will they be able to res up off of this? Doesn't look like they're getting pushed quite yet. Again, it's about that third-party timing here in the three-team standoff, as Matt Pickett, with that massive out, is just holding an angle now. As the bubble comes down, they try to get aggressive, but they take a 91. Here is the EMP. So Matt Pickett is able to find a small angle to work off of. It's Beziak to pick up two. Sheamus losing out, and they're going to go ahead and forego trying to recover Rakanishu. They didn't see any trades there. Matt Pickett and Crummy coming up huge, and now it is down to a 2v1 for Team Rockstar to finish it all off. He hits for the 56 and the 28, and now will be able to clutch this one up. Rockstar, it looks like getting challenged. Therefore, the 50-50 was the good luck charm for them. They win out in game number 5.
And you can see in the bottom right hand of your screen, the Rockstar fangirls going absolutely crazy, ridiculous play from Rockstar. Nice job. We were talking about them finally getting it together and turning up, and they just need to be a little bit more patient there and have trust in their teammates. Rakanishu, though, with that one bubble when everyone was so weak for his team. Great job.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 6 here at Series E. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, welcome back to Series E, guys, as we are getting ready to head into game number 6. And right now we have to take a look at the leaderboard because, again, while we have had 2 consistent teams between Intel and SIZ, that last game was not good for either of them. It looks like SIZ were able to cut into the 1-point lead that Intel had heading into the last game. And so now that left room for a lot of teams to catch up. And so taking a look at our top 6, it is very hotly contested.
No doubt about it. It's going to be a race over towards the tail end of this thing. And it's tough when you're Team Intel and SIZ to sit that one out when you've been having such a great first half of this one. But it's the new half now. It's the second half. And so far, it's been Team Rockstar coming through, looking very strong now in 4th place overall. Rice Krispies has been having a solid day too. So I'm looking forward to see how those teams kind of do. In terms of our teams that are up and coming, looking at Seamus and Team Corritos, they've been doing very solid right now, beating out a couple of our top teams, especially a team like Razor, who's known for winning out on these open days.
Yeah, Razor dropping down to 34th. It's Rockstar that have, well, rocketed their way up to the top now with that big victory. And it started off the back of this 50-50 that they had to take a huge clutch up coming out to basically save the day for them in this 1v1. You were talking about the nades forcing them back and the EVA 8 slide in. Very nice job coming out from Crummy, which ultimately set up them for the late game. They were able to make this push up onto the high ground here, gaining control of this building and taking out Seamus, who have been taking out a lot of our stronger teams in the lobby.
And you could see all the rotations that Team Rockstar made. The best thing that they did was eventually play the fence on this left-hand side, which you see a lot of top teams go and kind of duke it out for. That was the play that Team Smile was trying to make the rotation over from the donut, but it just didn't work out because so many teams made their way over from the low ground and over from the side, including Team Rockstar, who is the biggest thorn in their side throughout all of this. Crummy got aggressive. You saw him putting his portal all the way there. There's the fantastic bubble as everyone was 1 HP. That really saved the day for Rakinishu and Team Rockstar, almost a game-winning bubble. And when you see him go down there after he tries to throw it on the second bubble, you feel like they're going to go and lose this one. But he even does a great job while he's down on the ground, holding his position and keeping his knockdown shield up, which was so difficult for these other teams to get through. Plus, going through all this caustic gas, etc., made it that much easier for Team Rockstar to go and make their plays. So it was just a great job of, again, Rakinishu with the bubble, but also to have the patience and trust in your teammates to go and finish that one out down low.
Yeah, great job. But it's still Team Intel, Team SIZ that they need to put a stop to, as both squads running really, really strong performances throughout our first 5 games. It's coming down to the wire, but again, we saw the top of the pack there. It's really hotly contested. There are many teams within striking distance of first and second place. And so this 6th game, we really do have to see if any team can try to start pulling away. It's Team Intel, of course, dropping over at Sorting Factory. Like you said, having it free for the most part. We'll be able to pick up a lot of amazing loot.
They got taken out by Team Pringles last game, so that was interesting to see what happens. But no, it's Crummy getting knocked originally by Raze. This was the 50-50 that happened over towards before. Brooks is there too. I think this is a different team actually contesting them, so really unfortunate there for Team Rockstar. I can't believe how many times they actually get contested over towards Lava City. Unfortunate situation. You do have Pickett trying his best with the Havoc, but as just a solo Bloodhound, there's only so much that you can do, especially with this combination. RE45, no extended mags, most likely not going to have any heals in this type of situation. So he's going to be ratting it out, and it's not going to be looking good for Team Rockstar winners from last game.
Yeah, there seems to be some sort of curse that strike our teams, and it was, I believe, Buff Pathfinder that ended up pushing them, actually contesting them on the drop last game. As you can see, OP Holy was that was the Gibraltar, that took that final 1v1 up against Crummy. It's Team Razor though here, the north side of the map, giving us a small glimpse of what the ring looks like. Looks like a relatively central one, as this might go down to Train, might go down to Harvester. We'll find out when we get better information for that. Team Razor again, coming up with some great loot. 2 purples already, and they haven't even hit trials yet.
Yeah, and as soon as they hit trials, just expect the same thing as before. Gold bag, gold armor, probably a gold helmet as well. So they're going to be completely looted throughout all this. And the question is will they even take the gold armor, or are they going to go for the red Evo shield charge up. If anything, you could possibly put that one on to Hacula, as he could get aggressive with that Wraith and then Q out, come back, heal a little bit faster than normal, and get back into the fight. But it's always nice when you have all of Skyhook to yourself, and a team like Team Rockstar deals with a place about a quarter of the size of Lava City and gets taken out by a team like Buff Pathfinder. So now Pop-Tarts getting into some action over towards the Refinery side, and I can't believe how many fights in Series Z we have on the Refinery side. Sometimes it's Cheez-It, sometimes it's Pop-Tarts. Third Impact gets involved on our Pro Day, but here it is again. Team Pop-Tarts, though, with a good position and good high ground.
Yep. So Team Pop-Tarts getting naded out, but they do have great positions and great crossfire as well. Lucas, though, with that R99, will want to play a little bit closer, but again, it's about finding that opening for himself as he's going to reconnect with Blight. Pop-Tarts, they have to be careful here. These fights at Refinery have been so dynamic. That's nice, hitting that spray on the R99 with that scan out, forcing the team back into the toilet bowl for now. So slowly crawling them in to this pen. We'll see if they can try and make this approach, but it's so difficult without that cover to work with. Lucas, go ahead and use that thermite, cover the door at the very least. Now that might be their chance to try and creep up here. Blight is slowed down. He's taken some damage and we'll have to heal that one up. Another scan gets all three players, and with that, they know that they are safe to climb up and start contesting them here and try to close the gap.
Doesn't even go for the loot there because he gets a sound cue around the corner, takes out the Mastiff instead of the R9. R9 could have been pretty decent with a spray in that position, but three players made their way over towards the side with the flank. That Fruit Ninja now out of position. There goes Wraith making her way up over towards the top. This is going to be Team Cheez-It. Gambino gets knocked. Strictly trades one out onto Lucas. Still, though, it's a 2 versus 2, and the bubble is going to be very useful for Fat Fruit Ninja. We'll see if they're going to be able to recover here because there's a bubble going on both sides.
Yeah, they push up now as it's all up to Strictly here. He's got the Eva 8. Gets the knock onto Fat Fruit Ninja, but it's Blight who has the huge HP advantage. Is there going to be enough time for Strictly to heal this one up? Beast of the Hunt has been popped, but he has not been able to take the initiative quite yet. So now peeks on over with that L-Star. Angle is being held. He hears the res, will go for the swing in, but he pulls off that. The wingman is out for Strictly. Only hits onto the knock shield there. Tense situation now as Blight decides to pop that medkit, and he actually gets it off. There's another scan. As he goes for that res with the knock shield there in front of him. He's going to pull out the L-Star, does not connect with the shots. Finally hits onto the blue, and now we'll go ahead and charge down Strictly, but that's right into his wingman. And now the tables have been turned just a bit here. Light dropping down onto the low ground, looking for an armor swap as Cheez-It's Strictly will not armor swap himself. Scanned out, so his position is known. Again, it's very tense situation. Players basically just swapping positions between each other now as Blight goes for the Thirst to try and get the armor swap for himself, and Strictly now topped off. Again, we are back to this neutral. Blue armors with about 40 HP on either side. During all of that, we've had a flurry of action. We're down to 17 squads as Blight gets that scan out. He sees that the Pathfinder is still up top. Team Pop-Tarts and Team Cheez-It, one of them have to go home, and now they have to fight in the ring.
Someone's going to have to take the fight eventually because they're not going to have the meds for this one. You can see the zip line was placed, and I love the plays coming in for Blight. He is doing whatever he can to go and loot in, but as he's sending it down to the toilet bowl, he drops down, doesn't finish off the rest of the heal. He does have to hit a med heal very soon, and it's going to be that Phoenix kit. Will it pop off in time? Blight, this is not how you want to go out, man. 2 seconds remaining. He's so close to getting it, and he does. Full heal throughout all of that. So nice job. Has to get this and recover the banners, but Strictly is going to go and try to do the same thing. Picks up both banners, and he's going to dip out.
What a series of events. He needs to be fast. It's super close on this. All right, doesn't mess up the climb up on that one. Does recover the beacon, and he does have, of course, the res behind him, but we know that so much of the heals were consumed there. I mean, the fact that he was down to a Phoenix kit puts him in a very, very dangerous spot. It's one brain, two controllers, though, fighting over here at Thermal Station now, as it looks like Team Razor were able to get on top of Veziak and take him down. Mercy only takes a lot of damage there. Will be forced to pop that Phoenix kit, as Centris Z does get thirsted by Mr. Aculo.
Makes you wonder if this is going to be a train ending, the way that Razor is kind of posturing over here. You called that one out a little bit earlier. But also, the one brain, two controllers team rocking up over towards that thermal area. They're really good at predicting the zones too, so I'm kind of torn on which way this one's actually going to go. Pringles, see them getting in another fight on the sorting side. This is where they were able to take down Team Intel last time. It was a little bit more over towards that train area, but still, we know this is their rotation coming through. It's up to our boy Sunken Ship over here to try to do something. He gets taken out now. Stink on this lone Gibraltar in a very difficult situation. I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one. Has the portal if he wants to take it, but this did not go according to plan for Team Pringles.
Yeah, now Team Pringles again, second time here in Sorting Factory, this building in particular as well. Just very unfortunate for them, as now it's ZIN, excuse me, that are over here at Train Factory, just trying to gatekeep the teams to the north currently. They do have the options to take the train carts that are up top, but they have a Gibraltar, excuse me, holding that angle for now. Zach, as he does get his way up here, does hold that port with the Mastiff now on the 3X on that scout, laying into the purple armor, dealing a lot of damage out. It's only 292 damage away from getting that red for himself as well. Time is starting to tick away. Now he's going to slide on over to the other end, maybe have another angle. Yeah, they don't have Naughty here, and so they in this area. He's all the way over on the east side of the train station, so no scans for him. Really try and suss this one out, as Zach is trying to find any information for his squad.
When you're looking at that, it looks like possibly Rice Krispie Treats with the Clown Caustic in the other cart, but Zach made his way across that zip line for free, and when you do that, you wonder if it's a good team or not, because you're typically not able to just yeet it across and leave yourself vulnerable in a type of situation like that. But now they're just going to continue to split train carts here. And for what reason is the question? For the kill points? There's still 16 squads alive. This is such an interesting fight. Again, the longer that this goes on, the more likely these teams are going to get third-partied. So this is, to me, a very weird situation, which, again, makes Train Station just one of these POIs just not fun to be stuck in, because there's so much open area. You never want to leave these train carts which provide such cover.
Yeah, right now, though, it's Team Intel looking to bounce back. Not a great performance for them in the last one. And again, we talked about how much room is now left for teams in the top two positions. Remember, it's only the top two that pay out today, and the $500 being split between them. 300 going to first, 200 going to second. Team Intel playing in a train tunnel that doesn't have much cover, so this is a very, very precarious situation. But maybe that's the big brain play, you know? Teams don't like this spot, so this is actually the safe spot to play in. You don't have anyone rotating through. I don't know. It's Team Intel, though. Now, with the zone closing in, starting to eye a position on that train platform.
That's why the brains and the controllers were locking down the high ground fence. It's a powerful position to currently hold. There's the portal play coming through, but Hill immediately comes through, taking a lot of damage initially from multiple angles. And Hume, throughout all of this, gets a knock onto Song from Team Rice Krispies. Hacula is going to find one onto Hambino from Team Cheez-It. So multiple fights happening for our partnered teams, 3 of them to be exact. Meanwhile, Naughty gets one onto Bird too, so that's 2 players for Rice Krispies down, including the Gibraltar. Not looking good for them, as SIZ is putting down some good damage.
Ooh, Team Intel backing away, as Hill is going to be forced to pop that med kit. So good job of deflecting that attack. Maybe Team Intel consider going in again, or just rotating another way. We'll find out. I mean, there's 3 more seconds until the zone closes. So, oh boy, Naughty. They will find that knock on to Team Rice Krispies. And so it looks like that fight is starting to really pop off now, as Yeah, and this is such a 50-50. Take a look at that. We have a small glimpse of it on the map. There might be a team already playing in the fence as well. We saw earlier in one of our circles earlier on in the night. So Team Intel eyeing it up, sizing it up here as we join on board with Team Sinister, who are, well, this is definitely in shambles, but they've already gotten the knock onto Lucas, so this could be it. It's a 1v3. How the hell did this happen? Blight now just stuck in a corner. There's a full white armor on the other side coming out from Team Sinister, and Pop-Tarts lose out on this fight.
It was just amazing shots there from, I believe it was Ziffer with the Scout Hollow on his gun there, and that's not easy to do. Amazing job putting Pop-Tarts in a very difficult position to be in. Now Blight is going to chuck a grenade, maybe to try to give a sound cue over towards the side. He can't hit a scan right now, which is unfortunate, because if he does, that's going to give away his position, and it's also going to show that he's just ratting it out, waiting for these banners, which he should try to do. It's going to be difficult to get him back in, but you have to try to pull off something dying that early into the game. Smile over towards this Harvester's side, taking a lot of damage. Fury going to pop that med kit with about 25 HP, maybe a little less. We'll see what happens with them. ZIN also making a rotation too, and looks like they're getting gate kept, so it could be one of these teams that were over towards the height. Maybe the Brains and Controller squad. No, it's Seamus locking down one of the God spots.
Yeah, very nice spot. Having that flex to work with as well. A lot of difficult decisions that to be made when it comes to trying to predict this late game circle for now, but this one isn't difficult. Beast of the Hunt has been popped. The scan comes out, and they have to be wary of that defensive bombardment. So it's Sunny Hero taking the high ground here, using that bird's eye view as he spots out one right in front of him. That's the knock. That was Blake, and then I believe his teammate running back in towards staging.
Nice pickup right there. Good timing. They'd have to get back to their spot, though, and you see pings going down towards the opposite train side. So on the other side of the mountain is where they possibly want to hold. Squad wipe happening over towards the side. That's going to be strictly finishing Matt and Irid. Their squad only doing it with 2 players because Hambino was taken out a little bit earlier. But Nades rocking this gold armor is going to be a pretty powerful Gibraltar throughout all this. So nice job by Cheez-It. They've been having a pretty strong day here overall. I think they're definitely sitting in our top 10, somewhere around like that 7th, 8th area. So they still are fully capable of getting some points here and trying to put up another big performance going into Game 7 and Game 8, as they're going to have to hold off a couple of our top teams. Team Razor is one of them. Very close to them in points. They're going to be able to force this team out into the portal. Nice drop down from Zeratricky, but he doesn't land the shots quite yet. Does land those, and a nice 112 there to boot, so they're going to finish him off. Cheez-Its in the vicinity with the third party from behind.
Oh boy, they lose out on Zeratricky throughout all that. Mercy only getting peeked by the team over at that respawn building. Well, respawn beacon has already been used, so that means they will not be able to recover. Zeratricky will be forced to play this one out as a 2-man. The PK coming in, though, for Haculo could be the deciding factor at the end of the day. 12 squads remaining. There are a lot of teams that are battered and bruised currently. You can see there are 9 players currently missing from this lobby. They are eyeing this. There is, of course, the port down, so it might be a quick recovery operation for them. But with Mr. Haculo doing that much damage, the nade to come on in as well. He does get scanned, and unfortunately, that nade hits the side of the wall, and it just bounces away. That could have been the opportunity for Razor to recover that banner.
If he could have finger rolled that into the crevice right there, it could have been huge. But you see shots coming in from the other side, which is going to help him with the pinch. Ping's coming down. Mercy saying, hey, we need to start rotating. I'm also taking some damage, so let's figure out how we want to approach this situation. Meanwhile, SIZ duking it out over towards the side against Seamus. They're missing Zach Mazer throughout all of that, so Seamus going to be able to wipe that, and you can see a little bit of a sliver of the zone is there for them. Whoever rotates high ground off of this train track is going to be in a phenomenal position, and they're going to be one of the more difficult teams to deal with. But while this is happening, I guarantee there is a team holding inside the actual train tunnel.
It looks like Mr. Haculo was able to finish off Blight, as Rockstar get finished off as well. Matt Pickett only actually able to make it into the top 10 at the very least. Again, got contested off drop, went down. Team Intel still alive here, taking out NPLs. E-Boy, Ronnie sliding in now is Intel's Hill. They will clean that one up, and just like that, we're down to our top 8 squads. Boys, pick a side and climb it. Do not climb on top of each other. There we go. They will be able to take the high ground here.
No, it's my turn. I wanted to go that way. Well, we can't all go
boy.
that way. Now, Hill has to go and toss that gas. He looks like he's getting ticks on all 3 of those players. Possibly split them up. Big scan coming through is going to show. And you're going to see the grenade inside of the bubble. I don't think it landed how he wanted to. Maybe a little bit of a lag there. Just a smidge away. But they're able to finish up one player. Tempest comes through with the support. Hill with a lot of damage. Took a lot of damage. Doesn't get knocked, that's the most important part. They stay alive with some serious kill points. Intel is getting third party though. It's going to be Fury with the knock. This is Team Smile coming through. Up in Tempest now is the last guy alive. We've seen him pull off miraculous plays before. R9 Massive here.
Oh, no.
You also have the defensive bombardment coming through. He does win this one out. Can he get the armor swap through? Possibly some knockdown shields to help him. Great job by Tempest, at least securing another placement point and some more kills there. Seamus, I believe, was the team in the vicinity with that defensive bombardment.
Yeah, and he hits the top 5, but they don't actually get aggressive off of this. They understand that there's still a lot of other angles that they have to worry about, recovering this loot as well. So they don't full push off of it. That's going to allow him the time to recover. Panders is brought back into this as he picks up that red armor. So they'll be playing as a duo, but the PK is the important thing in the hands of Tempest. If there's ever a tool that you need to 1v3 clutch up fights, it's going to be that PK. Panders did get peeked by Seamus, who are playing over on train tracks for now. The zone coming in 20 seconds. I don't know if Seamus actually have just a little bit of the train track to work with or not, or if they have to drop down.
That's going to be key. If they could stay up there, that will be huge. Meanwhile, we're looking at the portal that Panders needed to have, and it's just not going to come up in time. It's going to be at about 93% by the time that this zone actually fully closes. So they're going to have to foot it. And you can see Seamus does not want to allow that to happen. It makes you wonder, where are the rest of the teams throughout all this? EMP is going to be pumped over towards the side. That was most likely Tempest. And that means that they're going to try to rotate over towards this area. The Q going to come through. Tempest gets taken out. He had to foot it throughout all of that. Again, no portal. Made things so difficult there for Team Intel. They dropped there in 5th place. 4 squads remain. Razor over towards the edge. We know that Seamus over towards the high ground, and there has to be teams in that building.
Yeah, and it looks like Team Razor will be able to get to the side of this building and heal up. Mercy popping that bat now will take high ground control. Taculo that has the PK for this squad. The Mastiff will be played by Mercy only. Saw Seamus. They did have the train tracks actually in, so they'll be safe for now during the neutral portion of the ring, but they will be forced out. I believe they will have the port to play off of, and so we might not see a team go down during the closing of this ring. We might still have the 4 squads remaining here as the duo, the trio, and I believe it would have to be a trio and a duo, or oh, it's actually 3 trios. Or excuse me, 3 duos and the trio. Wait, my math is all wrong. What is going on here? Okay, so we have 2 duos. Cheese it. Okay, above Pathfinder. Okay. 3, 3, 2, 2. Oh man, why was that so difficult? My brain is not working today.
Yeah, 0 brains, 3 controllers over here is what we got. Nice job by Seamus putting down the portal at the right time. Like you were saying, Jamerson, we may not see anyone die quite yet. This zone going to close in about 15 seconds, but I love the way that Team Razor is playing aggressive and having a presence on the roof with just a 2-man squad. I think that's one thing for newer players to note, is you have to go and test your limits in these type of situations and see what you can get away with. You don't want to filter in. You don't want to just get grenaded out of a situation. You have to get aggressive. You have to lay down damage. And now the final push coming in through for Seamus. You don't have the bubble together yet. Now the bubble comes down. Everyone avoiding that defensive bombardment. Taking the roof is the right play. They're going to meet Razor here very soon.
Yeah, they've got the Bolt and the Mastiff here as he goes out for the peak, hitting for the gold. Mercy only's already gone down now. And we have Razor out. We're now down to our top 2. Defensive bombardment is laying waste to Seamus as Sunny Hero has gone down. Sumo barely surviving on the roof. as things have slowed. Oh boy, this is the opportunity if that team wants to poke out to try and regain control of the roof and try and battle up. But it looks like Shame Assist might be able to pop that res. No, pulls off of it for now. It's Dirty on the high ground, covering the door. His cohort covering the other side as well. They don't have the scan. This is where you would love to have the scan out from Sunny Hero, but he's currently bleeding out for the squad now. Going up for the peak is the other squad. And it's going to be the full push out. It's going to be Buff Pathfinder playing from the safety of that building to take the win.
Slowly but surely, Buff Pathfinder going to go and take that dub. I thought they were going to get a little bit more aggressive there once they went and had that knock, but they took all the necessary precautions that they needed to go up all together onto the roof and come and flank there. So nice job by, again, one of our open teams coming through and winning. And it's been pretty impressive. It's been fun to watch all these new up-and-coming players do well.
Yeah, and that was one of those like classic rings. We all have seen it multiple times during ALGS, so it's great to see that people understood kind of the fundamentals about how to play that position. It was a great end game there, and that was the end of game number 6. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 7 of Series E right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Series E as we are getting ready to head into game number 7 here. Jamerson joined once again by Tom T Squared Taylor. And man, it's been a really fun day, I would say, because we've had a lot of different winners and a lot of different circles, not the same thing over and over again. So a lot of variety, which is, you know, the spice of life.
A lot of different winners, a lot of different losers. No, I'm just kidding. Everyone's been doing a great job so far today, and it's been our open teams that have been most surprising. But then we're also seeing some really great consistency coming in from our partner teams. We've seen a lot of great stuff from obviously SIZ, who continues to impress us over and over again with their team fighting skills. But let's take a look at the leaderboard and see who has pulled away so far. Is it going to be a team like Team Intel? Is it going to be a team like SIZ? Is it Shame Assist? It's Team Intel and Shame Assist sharing the lead right now. 1 and 2. This could be a big upset.
This is huge. Now, with 2 games left to go, though, it's still anyone's game. I mean, there's only a 15-point differential between first and sixth. That is definitely enough room that can be made up. I would say the cutoff is maybe down there at our 8th team's position. Corridos at 45 points right now. But with 2 games left to go, we'll find out. And so game number 7, this is going to be important for 6 of our squads at the very, 8 of our squads at the very least. So it's about having a very strong performance. You cannot go down without at least getting placement points, something. SIZ, we need to see them bounce back. This is a team that we always consistently praise whenever we see them here in the open weeks. And so we're not surprised at all by their performance, but it's about those early exits from the games that would definitely catch us off guard.
I also am impressed with Team Cheez-It right now, coming in with 4th place. They seem to be in a good position right now. Again, like you said, 8 of these teams could go and win this one, but being close to 50 points is technically right where you want to be, because you don't want to have a situation where you need to actually win the game. You'd rather have it be, we either need to win the game or we need a lot of kill points throughout all of that. You don't want to have to do both, right? So the teams that are sitting right around like Smile area in that 9th position, they're going to need to have phenomenal games, maybe 25, 30-point games to go and try to catch up. As we take a look at what Team Intel is doing, they've been landing over towards the sorting factory area. They got taken out by Team Pringles, and I believe game number 4, but they've been having overall a very solid day, and like you said, a very solid month.
Yeah, it's been amazing for them so far. Team Intel sharing the first place position once again, but this time around with a different squad. Shame Assist giving everyone a run for their money. And I mean, we got to see a little bit of Shame Assist over the last couple of weeks, and they have been impressing more and more. The types of fights and the caliber of teams that they've been able to take out have been absolutely impressive. Intel, once again, on that looting path over here, as we will get information for the ring. So let's go ahead and pull up the map.
And when you're looking at how to loot over towards the sorting factory side, this is how you go and do it. It's another thermal zone. So our 3rd zone over towards thermal in 7 games. That's absolutely insane. But when we talk about looting on the sorting factory side, you want to do exactly what Hill did and land on the roof, and then you loot the small office buildings, then you make your way over towards the bottom. That really helps just get all of the loot as fast as possible so you can make your rotation fairly soon. But we have a fight happening over here towards the dome. It's 2 of our open teams coming through, and a little bit of disrespect gets canceled there pretty quickly, but it's a 3-on-1 situation right here. And Buff Pathfinder coming through as the winners of last game and picking up our first couple of kills.
And this time around, actually opting not to contest Rockstar, which they did in the last 2 games. And so giving Rockstar a chance to breathe at the very least. Brooks, though, does need to find armor. And hey, he got himself down blue. Now he just needs to get a med kit.
I like the way that Brooks is playing, but all those kills went on over to Holy, and it's always nice when you win the last game and start off as the kill leader. That's going to continue to give your team even more confidence. Team Rockstar, like you said, didn't get contested, and they're going to pick up a gold armor over towards this side. So they're going to be feeling good about the loot and situation that they're going to be in. Also, not that bad of a rotation coming in for these guys. They should be able to at least make their way over towards somewhere in Thermal. But Team Pop-Tarts, again, on this refinery side, getting into another scuffle. Remember, we saw the fight that never ended last time between Blight and somebody over towards that donut area. Fat Fruit Ninja gets pushed up on. Nice job with the initial burst with the alternator. Forces out the bubble. That's going to be strictly, this is the same team from before. It's going to be Team Cheez-It, team in 4th place, going up against Pop-Tarts, who hasn't had the best day so far, so it'd be nice for Pop-Tarts to try to bounce back here with a big win.
Great double swing coming out from Nades and Hambino. They drop to the low to try and get this armor swap for themselves, but in that scramble, they lose out one. It's going to be a 2v1 in the favor of Team Pop-Tarts as Hambino is just getting laid into from behind with that EVA 8, and now he is cornered, popping that Q, and preemptively Lucas goes up towards the stairs. The white armor swap, but he instantly cracks that one. Never mind, doesn't quite connect. He will be able to finish that off. Pop-Tarts winning that one out. It's Sinister, though, in a hail of grenades, in a world of trouble, as Ziffer has just already gone down, barely Asian, dropping down the generator in his last-ditch effort to survive. It's Team Rez and are here to clean this one up. But one brain, 2 controllers coming in for the third party, and they will be able to pick up this loot. They're already looking good. 2 purple armors, 1 on Aves, 1 on Tech, and a blue on Rollers. Very, very fast rotation, I would say, coming out from 2 brains, or 1 brain, 2 controllers.
Yeah, I know. They did it to us on purpose, I swear. Tongue twister there as Tech's going to actually be off of the Crypto and onto the Wraith. If you guys know Tech, he's typically running around with those drones being annoying. You can expect him and Tempest to have the drone duels, the Clone Wars basically that are happening, as they're going to start to rotate out. Another team that's rotating out would be, well, the team that we just saw, but Intel is going to be in a powerful position over here. They're inside of one of the better buildings. They have Caustic. This is the strength of the Caustics. If you're able to get over here, you don't have to worry about getting the God spot and having teams continually push you. If they push, they're going to get third-partied from the outside. So heads-up play by Intel, making the way in fairly early. They're also going to swap that gold armor towards the Wraith onto Painters, as they should.
Yeah, it looks like Smile have found themselves in an engagement. Team in front of them, scan comes out, but really nothing picked up from that one. So they might be out of distance, but Smile will continue the pursuit for now. They are playing on the edges, spotting out that Gibraltar Dome, but another team comes in from the western side. Phonyhead forced to pop that dome of his own, and now it looks like Smile will just go ahead and call off this push, as they had just too much ground to cover, and the third party looming is just too much of a threat. The EMP connects onto them, slows them down. Defensive bombardment will be used by Phonyhead to slow down that squad. That might be enough to get them to safety.
Big plays there from Phonyhead, using his bubble as a, not necessarily a healing mechanism, but more of just a wall so he could go and try to take a different angle. As we see what's going on back with Team Intel, they're somehow getting into a little bit of a skirmish wall inside of a building. Meanwhile, you're going to have a multiple team fight happening with Team Rockstar and Inhume from SIZ. If we could hop over to that fight, see what's going on, that's big.
Yeah, they got the thirst onto him as well, but Hill now going to go ahead and toss in that Caustic Nox gas grenade, ticking away, as it looks like Zach Mazer has gone down as well. So ZIN only with, I believe, Naughty still alive currently, as 1 brain, 2 controllers in a fight. It's a 3-party affair. Oh no, unfortunately, Zach looks like disconnected, so it is all up to Naughty. He was one of the players just caught out there on the north hand side. 1 brain, 2 controllers losing out on Tech throughout this push as they try to get into Thermal, and now they have to back away. They at least recover the banner, and they have an opportunity to res him back into the deep pocket of Thermal. And I can't imagine any teams over here, so this should relatively be safe, but they are considering going for the balloon. So what a surprise for them to go for that. I want to see where their pings are to see exactly where they want to go. With the fire coming from that side, it's got to be to the southeast, and that will be where they head towards. There's a respawn beacon to get in back in. Rockstar are over here, though. They've made their way up north from Lava City as we join another fight just northeast of Thermal Station. It's Shame Assist now pushing forward. They got good damage off, dropping down, got the knock onto Sir Lifts a lot. And we'll see if they want to continue this push onto AMG, as they will drop down into the train tunnel. Good damage there to finish that all off. And 1 player remaining on this squad, as Sunny Hero struggling a little bit with the thirst. but he will ultimately get it. Shame assist will just back up off this and not get greedy over the loot, as Sunny Hero even hitting him with the moves before he takes the ports. And you get out of there safely. It's Team Intel, so still holding this very strong position with an eye on all that loot.
Hit him with the backwards man right there. Give him a little moonwalk action. Nice job finishing off those kills and setting the portal to get back up towards the high ground. Always nice that when you go for a play like that, that your area doesn't get contested or taken. So they're very fortunate about that. But Shame Assist found themselves in a god spot over towards the top of the leaderboard, right next to Intel, who's sharing a god spot next to them, but on the low ground. So that's going to be very fun to keep track of both of those teams rotating for this thermal station zone. Now you're going to see Pringles getting into a fight over towards this building. Is this going to be... No, it's actually Gizmac and two brains, or excuse me, one brain, two controllers. They did take the balloon over here before. They were not expecting a team to still be there.
Yeah, try to go for that res, and that's just kind of a, you know, a big siren ringing out. Hey, we are not that healthy. Come push us. That's exactly what happened. Team Intel, though, still on this holding pattern. As no one's really challenged them. All the fights just taking place on the edges. Good damage with the charge rifle coming out from Hill. He's 158 damage away from getting that red evo, but it looks like Team Intel want to get involved in some of these fights. They want to have a little bit more say in what's going on here with ZIN getting really punished in this game. This is their opportunity. They don't have to play over aggressive, but they want to try and grow a lead here, as they've already at least secured one placement point, but they still need KP behind all of this. No way.
The team that they're trying to watch out right now for, though, is Shame Assist, since they're really sharing the lead. And I love the play from Pandas to go and get aggressive and try to kind of split the map and just own a ton of space. But now we're looking at a Qualix with a double bubble fight. Their bubble comes down second, so they should have the advantage overall. That Gibraltar refuses to go down, though. That's going to be Rolders. Meanwhile, Team Rockstar, okay.
They found a pet. They found a pet bear. Oh, that's their lift lots going down. Rockstar, they'll take the place. They'll take the KP.
Interesting turn of events right there, where that player really didn't stand a chance. Kind of reminds me, I believe, of what Crummy did, or maybe it was somebody else that was playing Wraith, where they just accepted their fate over towards the thermal station lava and just stood still. Maybe it was Hakulo, but funny turn of events there, as Rockstar will take that 10 times out of 10, and now Qualix still on this edge towards thermal. That's not going to be the play. There's no way they're able to take this balloon and get out of there. Rockstar in another fight. Pickett has to hit a battery. This is going to be Smile. Big fight if he can find it and get the finish. Nice job by Crummy.
Yeah, he gets the fresh purple as well, which will allow them to regroup. Now with that Arcstar, Rakanishu is going to play this safe, as there was very little cover on the retreat. Defensive bombardment is going to be used by that squad. As, now Rakanishu, sizing them up once again, starts his push back. It's Team Razor, though, here on the north side. Got caught out in the mine pass, or have a team caught out in the mine pass currently with the scans. You can see they're playing over by the loot boxes for now. Hakulo over peaks, though, and takes a lot of damage. Will back away, and it's up to Mercy only to hold the line. It's Team Pop-Tarts on the other side of this. The 2x wingman comes out for Mercy only. And he does lay in a little bit, but man, it's just a neutral fight between both squads. They're tricky. It's going to try and pressure them here, but the early bubble out from Pop-Tarts here, as the port is utilized as well. They might have just gotten onto the other side of them, but Fat Fruit Ninja has taken so much damage. He's going to go down to the ring if he doesn't run out now. He will fall, as it is a 3v1 for Team Razor to clean up, and Pop-Tarts are out.
Unfortunate turn of events there for Pop-Tarts. They had a good team fight earlier on the refinery side, but then they met Team Razor just waiting in the shadows, and they cleaned him up without taking any players down. Now we have Bambino, excuse me, from Team Nestle Pure Life ratted out in the corner. He's in a pretty decent spot. He's probably going to be able to pick up a couple more placement points, probably getting some tips there from Ronnie in his ear on exactly where he wants to go. But now Intel gets the big scan, and they have taken control of this building. Look how many caustic traps are inside.
Yeah, so earlier they weren't trying to get aggressive. They were actually picking up the beacon for us, doing us a favor, and it pulls right on top of them. Just great calling coming out from well, all the brains on Team Intel, as they have the absolute god spot here. As you can see, still a lot of teams though playing on the edge and not even anywhere near them. So Team Intel haven't been able to pick up the KP that they really need. But of course, ultimately surviving to the late game, that KP will come to you, as we have another fight breaking out. Rakinishu got the knock, got the thirst as well. Team Rockstar controlling the south edge of this. Matt Pickett, gotta be careful, as he did get cracked by that Gibraltar, but now they push that bubble. Oh, even though Matt Pickett goes down, it went out that fight. Rakinishu doesn't have the bubble for himself for that fast res. He takes his time there, make sure that his angles are cleared. Team Intel, though, still trying to get involved in this. They will have to back away as the defensive bombardment did come down. But Panders will continue to push up. The caustic gas has been popped, so they might be able to recover off this. Does Panders find an angle here?
The key for Panders is he wants to stay within Q distance of his portal, so he can't overextend in a situation where he's going to die and realizes that. So he's going to call out to his teammates that this area is safe. They're going to play around that port and try to get something going. Meanwhile, great burst coming in from Crummy. He's going to be able to finish off Bambino. We know Bambino was trying to rat it out for his team over towards the fence, and they're going to be able to pick up some more kill points through all of that. And Rockstar really needs it, because down Matt Pickett, it's not going to be easy for them to win this game, so they're going to try to pick up some kill points on the way and see what they can do. Maybe get a little bit lucky on the way. Banner is going to be able to get recovered. I'm not sure if they have a respawn beacon in the vicinity. Razor getting aggressive over here. Bubble going to have to come down. That's a great defensive bombardment, try to push these guys off.
Yeah, but they don't take any damage from it. Luckily, Team Razor do survive this, but now they have to worry about the looming threat of a third party from behind as they try to run away. Mercy only will get taken out. That was clinical. That picks him up here, and we already saw that bubble being used early on by Zeratricky. Mr. Hakulo is going to try to hold it down, as he does get a knock at the very least onto I'm Mike Lav. Zeratricky will fall, looks like to the ring as well, and so now this push just going so bad for Team Razor, as just trying to retreat. It just ended up absolutely punishing them here. Let's see if Mr. Hakulo can survive, though, to try and rat this out for his squad. 5 more seconds, just an eternity until his Q comes up, and it's not going to. Team Rez take out Team Razor.
Yeah, they're missing a couple of letters in their name, looking like Team Razor over here, but it was a lot of the ring damage that ate them apart. And also keep in mind, just having to rotate there while the zone number 3 ticks you, not what teams are used to right now. They're kind of used to before, where you could heal up a little bit more and the timing is just a little bit off. You saw Zeratricky thought he was going to be able to get that med kit off, but wasn't even close, had to cancel that and then gets dropped over there. But Rice Krispies is really interested in pushing. I believe that's Shame Assist on the opposite side of this fence. This could be big for Team Intel, who's sitting safely inside the building.
Rice Krispies, they have their back completely covered in caustic traps. So they don't have to worry about that. And that is important, because the rotation there is super easy for any squad to make. They'll take minimal damage to get across, and so those caustic barrels are a nice deterrent for them. And that's going to allow them to put their full attention to the squad that's challenged them here on the high ground. The defensive bombardment will slow Bird down, as now we have Team Rez pinching this squad. And it's Smile that's caught in the sandwich. That's why, you know, like Hotzik says, gotta be the bread.
Definitely gotta be the bread. Intel's doing a great job of doing that right now, and you have the perfect weapons for it. But unfortunately, you can see Hill is running low on charge rifle ammo, so I'm not sure if they have a box in the vicinity that they can pick so they can have some sort of secondary weapon. You don't want to be stuck with just a massive here. Zone's still fairly large, but one team that's taken over one of the best spots now is Rice Krispies. They've bullied their way over here, and now it looks like Team Rez coming around off of their fresh win against Razor, trying to make a big flank.
Bird just holding the angle for now, waiting for that shield to go down. Clinical taking a lot of damage. forced to use that bubble. He does have the gold armor though, and so he'll be able to heal up, and they've already lost one. Sung has dropped down low though, and so the push might be a little bit slow, but the wide peek up from top. Clinical will be able to get the knock onto him, but this should be Rice Krispies to take the fight and the res. Intel, unfortunate for them, they have not been able to pick up any KP really from this area, and so nothing for them quite yet, as it looks like Hill might be the only one with a kill. Now Panders has one as well. Okay, so they found some. Not too shabby. Now they have at least secured the top 5 for them as well.
They also are the first team to get to where this zone is going to be, and that's huge for Hill if he's able to place down some barrels. And remember, he's super low on ammo, so maybe he's picking up a gun out of one of these crates, or he's going to just stick with that Mastiff and hope for the best here. Tempest inside of his drone is going to give a lot of information over towards the side. They're also going to spot players over towards the left, and if they're sitting there, most likely that's going to be a rat. You do have, I believe, a couple in the lobby currently when you look at the amount of teams left, and they are going to be able to get some good damage on that player, forcing the dome. So they're fully aware of all the different spots that they could be taken down from, but with no Gibraltar Dome, they have to play this smart, they have to play this methodical, and they need to start laying down more traps. You can see right now where the idea is for Hill. He has 3 traps over towards his back. He's waiting for more charges to come up, and once you see those charges come up, expect him to lay them down on the opposite side.
Yeah, they've setting up, like you said, without that dome, they need the quick resets, which is why they were ferrying over the additional armor swap for themselves. It's Rice Krispies playing here on the north-hand side, the Rats and teams just dropping down onto the low ground. Actually going to allow Rice Krispies to have full control over the north, and I love how they're doing this. They're sending Sung up top. He's the one that won't take caustic damage to clear out those traps for himself. We're really gonna have 2 caustic teams here in the late game. That's a big trade. Mets picks off all of Intel by himself. You see exactly what happened here. Is the final team fight here as Aqualix falls, and it's Team Rice Krispies taking advantage of that final third party to win it out.
That's so big for Rice Krispies. They were in the running. They were part of our top 8 teams there. Intel looked like they had the God spot. They were worried about the team over towards the left. I feel like that's a team that sent it towards them eventually. It was Matt and his squad, Aqualix, I believe it is, that come through and wiped them, really turning the tides for the rest of the lobby, especially for a team like Rice Krispies, especially for a team like SIZ, who wasn't able to get things going in that game, and they were over there in the top 3 too. So what a game by Rice Krispie Treats. Now we go into our final game, I believe, with anybody being able to win this.
Yeah, so game number 8, it all comes down to this. You'll love to see it when you have a wide open field for the top 2. But to see that last match, well, we got to go ahead and take a break first, and you got to stick around. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back after this.
To make the ultimate gaming mouse, it needs speed and stability. It needs to be precise and instinctive. It needs to be light but strong. It needs to be reliable and swift. It needs to last. It needs to be ready. It needs a name.
Welcome back to Series E as we are headed for one banger of a final match today. A lot of teams in the running here in the 8th game, our final game of the evening. And action all brought to you by myself, Jamerson, joined by Tom, T-Squared, Taylor, and Tom. I bet you're as excited as I am to take a look at the leaderboard.
Yeah, I want to see right now what teams are in the running to potentially win this one. And we have a lot of them. When we look at it, I would say anyone from the top 7 right now could really pop off here and try to take over. Number 1 from Intel and Shame Assist. But Rice Krispie Treats did themselves a huge favor. Rockstar did as well by picking up a handful of points that game to try to make their push for this top 2. Remember, top 2 are the teams that are going to get paid. There's also a lot of points up for grabs for teams that are trying to make their way into the relegations too. But it's been an impressive day from a lot of these teams today.
Yeah, Team Intel, their main goal in this game is to survive that early game. Wait till you see those names, Shame Assist, Rice Krispies, Rockstar starting to drop out, and then they can maybe be a bit more aggressive. But we saw Team Intel playing that last game very smartly, which is exactly what they're going to have to do here. They were able to get center zone early on, and only one time did it pull away from them, and it was at the end of game number 7.
They just weren't able to execute on the one fight that really mattered for them too. Everything was perfect up till that final moment. If they were able to pick up a handful of kills there, that would have been huge for them, because look at the team that they could have wiped over towards the side. That's 3 kill points. Potentially winning the fight for the other team that was alive too, like Rice Krispies. That's another 3 points. And then getting the win. So we're looking at maybe 10 points being left off the board for Team Intel there. So that's a great job by Aqualix coming through over towards the flank. Again, they locked down this building that we're looking at right now very early. One of the things that was impressive for them, though, is they did make a couple portal plays to go and pick off some kills along the way. I think that they bullied Rockstar over towards the corner. You also saw some Kobe's coming in from our boy Hill here, who is switched off of the Gibraltar today and gone over to Costa. Keep in mind they have Panders filling in for Teen, typically Teen on the Wraith. Instead, Panders has been doing a great job.
Yeah, he definitely has been getting them into really tight, good spots, and hasn't really been playing overly aggressive. I think he's just been playing the properly aggressive Wraith that you really need. One of the issues here was just that in this circle, when you end up on this platform, you have so many teams ratting it out underneath on the platform. And I think that's where they got challenged from. It was hard to see from our perspective where Aqualix really came from. But it was just too many teams here. They thought they had their south covered, but with Rockstar, with Rice Krispies running that path, the caustic, he was easily able to clear the traps for his squad. That was basically the path to victory for Team Rice Krispies there at the end, where they just came through completely uncontested and cleaned that one up.
2 out of our final 3 teams there were Rock and Caustic. We have Intel on it. We have Rice Krispies on it. Both these teams extremely close to the top of the leaderboard too, so it's going to be a continual fight going on. Also, keep in mind, we know that the rotations have happened for Rockstar meeting Intel, so just like you were saying, Jamerson, it's up to Intel staying alive on the sorting factory side. They can't get caught off guard fairly early, and we'll see what kind of loot they walk away with. Tempest rocking that wingman is going to be a great start. I know that he loves that gun. Typically rocks like an R9 Mastiff, but I've seen him do great things with wingman.
Here we go, game number 8, and we already have our first fight once again over here at Dome. Buff Pathfinder has already lost out on one. That's OP Holy to go down. And Aqualix have found themselves in a fight up against, is that Seamus? I forget at this point. It's really difficult to keep track of. It's a fight taking place down here in the southwest side of the map. As it looks like that might be, and we might have another thermal circle.
Possibly. I mean, we've seen 3 already. Overall, this is definitely showing that a majority of it's in. That's going to be Blake getting taken out. Full squad wipe going over for Team Corridos. Team Corridos, keep in mind, sitting in 7th place. They were not completely out of it. They're going to have a big performance, and starting off with a couple kills is exactly how you want to go and do that one. But we're going to have to get that scan from the Bloodhound here to show us exactly where this zone's going to be. He's going to make his way over towards the backhand area, which doesn't have that bad a loot overall, and not bad for Corritos locking things down over here. Well, if I've been seeing thermal station zones, I would even consider landing over there, honestly, with the way that things have been going, with the way that we've seen these zones. why not, right? But Rockstar's waiting in the wings for this third party over towards Dome side, and it's nice for them not being contested over towards Lava so they can actually make plays like this.
Yeah, one thing you have to take into consideration is that, of course, we have like a lot of newer names in the lobby. You already caught us, caught me slipping on the team names and who's on who. You gotta imagine that's difficult, but there it is. They see one of the knocks, and that is Brooks going down. Slatasoon will be able to thirst that, so he gets the instant armor swap, but Rockstar think they still have the priority to try and push in on this. Nice triple take damage out from Rakanishu, but not the critical damage that you really want to land. And so they regroup now to push as a full team. You can see Crummy there, a little bit disconnected from the squad, but is that just a separate angle for him now? They're trying to choke out this team. Smile got into a fight with Team Pringles. There it is. Matt Pickett finds the knock onto I-Member with that longbow. Surprisingly enough, it's Matt Pickett with the longbow and Rakanishu with the triple take here. They will continue the hunt here. Again, connecting for that thirst, taking out I-Member, and now they just need to find this Wraith.
Nice job there by Pickett again with the second longbow knock in quite some time, and he's been doing really good with that weapon, so I'd like to see him continue to use that one. Very underrated. Remember, longbow used to be the gun in scrims and in tournaments. It was the longbow meta, and then it was the scout meta, had a little bit of the charge rifle meta. Now the flank coming through from Rockstar and Rakanishu should be easy for them to pick off because it's a 2 versus 3 at this point, and there's the final kill coming through. This is what you want to see for Rockstar. That's the momentum that she would love to have. Now we see the black hole being thrown, Horizon somewhere on the map, and it's going to be Smile and Phony Head.
Oh boy, we might see that black hole combination with the defensive bombardment be extremely, extremely strong, but one brain, two controllers getting into a fight over here at Train up against Team Rez. It's Tech to get the first knock now. Rollers with that massive will finish this one off. And one brain, two controllers survive to the late game. Now, this is one point we didn't talk about. Now, while they take the naming scheme of, two brains, one controller, it's two players from Dude's Night Out that's actually competing with Tech. So I'm surprised they didn't go for, a more democratic naming scheme there. I don't know, Dude's Night In, something like that. I don't know. But yeah, I think the stylistic change, right? Getting Tech off of that crypto just works towards Dude's Night Out a bit more, right? Who aren't as seasoned with playing a crypto.
Yeah, and it's also just a matter of play styles, right? And it's Tech just hopping off the crypto in general and switching on over to something that he's more natural with, which was Wraith. He was always a Wraith main throughout the entire of his competitive career, and then figured once crypto got his change, once he could start scanning the beacons and became an actual recon character, that's when he switched off of the Wraith. And that's what makes him a very deadly player, because once you have a Wraith main that's very good at slaying, switch up their role to go to something else. Something that comes to mind would be Snipe Down, who's been playing a little bit of Wraith for TSM for fun on this side. He's a great Bloodhound because of the fact that he was always the aggressive player and was able to develop his fragging skills on that Wraith. So now we see what's going on here with NPL. Gizmac has been playing a pretty solid day so far. Strictly from Team Cheez-It is going to get a knock on to Smile from Team Phony Head. They're going to try to get rid of that black hole. Like you were saying, that defensive bombardment black hole combination is difficult to deal with. Mini's going to answer right back with a kill and finish onto Strictly. So if we could see what's going on with that fight, that'd be great, because Smile and Cheez-It's having a pretty solid day so far. Ronnie, not sure what happened. Maybe his computer goes, we got a little pop-up or something over towards the side. Alt-tab.
Maybe his, controller needs to be plugged in. I don't know. E-Boy Ronnie will be able to pop that bat, but behind them, here comes Team Rice Krispies with the third party now. The port has been used to cover the door, and Stunny trying to open it up and unfortunately took it back. And so that does delay them here on the push, but they do have the caustic gas now coming out. The Nox gas grenade not really connecting here, it doesn't seem like, as the defensive bombardment was used as well. Here is Stunny though, pushing up into the Gibraltar bubble, finding the entire team just running away for now. Only tags for 9, and there's one lone player left inside the Dorito building, ticking away to that caustic gas. It's a Wraith who's forced to just queue on out as Bird gets a knock onto Ziffer. It's Sung really, really determined to try and find this Wraith, but I don't know if he would be able to at this point. It's Bambino and Nestle Pure Life coming out from behind them. So the fourth party at this juncture. And so they do have to be careful. Rice Krispies, we've seen them fight out of this position before. They had a port to work with, and just like that, the Caustic Barrel will force NPL back.
This is kind of deja vu from the previous game, like you were saying, and is around the same amount of time and squads that were in the game where it was a continuous fight over and over again. Rice Krispie is going to double back here and potentially meet Nestle Pure Life if they were continuing to go and push. But I think that they would be able to take them based on their armor right now. They have a slight advantage with those purples. Meanwhile, Team Razor trying to get into the action over towards the train station side. Remember, over towards the side, we do have one brain, 2 controllers, so they could be a little bit of a nuisance. Bird is going to drop. Gizmac going to get the initial knock there, so if he could hop back on over to that fight to see what's happening, that's huge because Rice Krispie is sitting over the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, Team Razor just playing Gatekeeper up against this squad. Dome and the defensive bombardment has been used, as it looks like Stunny will stick that res. Swapping back on over to Team Razor, though. They are continuing this push, though, as Zeratricky now with that massive goes for the peak, but Hakulo a lot of damage, and so Team Razor fall back with him, cover him as he heals up for now. And again, it's about re-peaking. The wingman out for Mercy only, but the crossfire was set up, and so Team Razor gonna reposition here. They don't want to be subject to the crossfire and also have to worry about the threat. Many teams still may possibly coming through the train yard now. Zeratricky go ahead and push up. It's Pop-Tarts on the other side of this fight. Lucas will be able to get that Phoenix Kid off, but now he needs to top off once again. AMG are the third party involved in this fight now. That was the crossfire as Team Razor back away. They want to try and take this fight up against AMG. Instead, it looks like pushing in to their bubble. Mercy only is the first one there, but he's going to get the knock onto Sir Lifts a lot. Sleepy Panda able to get off one, syringe. Lucas now bleeding out, and a little bit unfortunate, but they should be able to recover off of this one now. As hell are you doing, Blight? Excuse me?
Blight's just there for the moral support. You know, if you smack your teammate while he's down, he actually gets rezzed faster. New strategy coming out from Team Pop-Tarts. Meanwhile, Team Razor gets some knocks and some finishes over here. Hakulo involved, Zeratricky as well. Mercy gonna pop a syringe over here towards the zone. I love the aggressive play that they did over towards this side, getting rid of AMG, making the rotation just that much easier. And we saw the mini map. There was just a cluster of players over here. Throughout all of this, no teams griefing over towards the top train area. That would have been horrible for Team Razor if a team like One Brain, 2 Controllers was still in the vicinity playing Gatekeeper. But now we know, again, it's a back thermal ending. This is the endings that we were talking about in terms of being impossible to get into the back if you're not already back there. And guess who is? Team Intel, one of the first to the party, and they also take the best building possible.
It's about playing to the meta of the lobby, and this lobby has been a lot of edge fighting. And so Intel recognized the value of, at this point, playing for the center zone. You'll have it uncontested. You'll have the God spot, and they've done it multiple times today. Team Razor now, though, continuing their movement through, as they've already made their way through Train Yard, will be at Harvester very shortly. We're down to 11 squads with 27 players remaining. Smile. Looks like they might have found themselves in a fight down here on the south side, and there it is, the bubble. Here comes the gravity lift. It's Team Rockstar, who are in a world of trouble. Fury dropping on Rakanishu, and Fury picks up two. Crummy is all the way on the other side of Tree, but he is still getting chased down. Tech wants to take him out, and here he is right on top of him to finish him off just very shortly. As now One Brain, 2 Controllers. Great timing here for that third party.
Perfect timing. Realistically, Crummy did the best play that he could, but there's nothing that Team Rockstar was able to do with the aggressive play from Fury. Again, the Horizon lift there was very nicely played. The massive shots connected. Next thing you know, Two Brains Wood Controller collapses in a blink of an eye, and this is just such an awkward place to fight over towards this tail end on the tree side, because that's what the teams are going to need to do. They have to get desperate for points. They're starting to do the math on their head right now, and teams that really are trying to milk the place with points and watch the kill feed like Team Intel are in a great spot because they've earned that spot throughout all of their performances for the first 7 games. So now teams really starting to get aggressive, and this is what you expect in that final game. There's that building that just never seems to get any type of peace. Whoever signed their lease, they're definitely going to try to end that one fairly soon.
Yeah, I wonder if they get their deposit back, though. That's the important part, right? 'Cause at this, oh boy, I wish they had a deposit on the third party, as Pop-Tarts able to just hold their high ground, buy time for the third party onto Team Razor. The instant thirst onto Hakulo, and this is such a difficult spot to be in, as they do climb up and they get scanned, but you know, will team drop down for this? A minute and 15 seconds, and of course with Pop-Tart's looming threat above them as well, you can't really commit onto this, and so that might be the saving grace for Team Razor here. As you can see, they're just gonna go ahead and loot up, and Pop-Tart's now just being gate kept here. They have to find an option to try and push up. There's a minute left. They might have a portal to work with. We'll see, as Lucas is calling for it. Yeah, the portal behind, and so they're going to wrap all the way to the other choke.
The gold armor should be fairly safe. They have 40 seconds to go and make this move. Realizing how many players were in the vicinity, I would love to see Fat Fruit Ninja pass his gold armor on over to Lucas so he could use his scout to try to charge that up to a red Evo shield. That would be way more powerful on the Gibraltar than the actual gold armor, and will allow Lucas to play a little bit more aggressive. But it'd be awesome for Team Pop-Tarts to put together a big game. They just haven't had the day they were hoping for. They've lost a couple of fights over towards the back end. Blight's been playing good and solid as usual, but the team fighting just hasn't been consistent for Pop-Tarts as we were hoping for. Nestle Pure Life on top of one of these gatekeeping buildings, and they're in the same boat as a lot of these other teams, Jamerson, except they've advanced just a little bit more, and this is why Thermal is so unforgiving. There's only a couple chokes, and there's layers of chokes. There's about 3 or 4 different. It's like American Gladiators, okay? Like, but you're 5 years old. You're 5 years old, okay? Like that's basically what it's like when you're running through Thermal.
It's Turbo and Nitro with those big foam baton things ready to knock you down. It's Team Intel playing the final gatekeeper here. They have the zone time and again. They have so much zone control as well. Take a look at the caustic barrels, doing a great job of controlling multiple buildings, multiple areas for teams that teams will try to invade upon. And Hill, well, this is the hill that he might die upon. Got to be careful standing still with the longbow. There's one other team in the immediate vicinity. We also have to talk about the number of rats that are currently in the lobby. We have 9 squads left with 22 players remaining, and Team Razor are out. Tech looking like he won the 2 there, as Bird will ultimately fall, and he was one of those rats as well, I believe, to the ring. 1 brain, 2 controllers, able to make it here to the south side of Harvester.
Yeah, looking for their second win, but the rotation, once this closes and they have to make their way out of here, again, they've just broken past Nitro. They still have to go through a lot of other gladiators to get over through here, and some of these gladiators, to be honest, they need to get tested for some performance enhancing things. Okay, not our gamers, the actual gladiators.
I mean, it's you know, I would say definitely a concern. We already know there's 1 confirmed case inside Apex Legends in the arena of stimulants being used. But right now, 1 brain, 2 controllers. What an interesting move, as looks like they want to try and play for the platform. Tech is going to go ahead and, you know, mantle up, as, you know, I'm a boulderer myself, and there's some really impressive technique until, oh, he lost the knee bar there and slides off, and unfortunate for him is he's not going to be able to full send this one.
Needs more chalk. Definitely needs more chalk, and he'll be good. Or maybe needs to just work on his grip tech. Maybe you need to get one of those things where you squeeze in your hand so you can hold onto the rock just a little bit tighter. Now they're going to have to use a backup plan and make the rotation in a different way. And you can see the thought process. No one wants to cross that giant open area. That's just a complete death trap right now. That's what NPL is trying to do. You could try to play the back end over here towards the rocks. You could also make a portal and flank very far right here if you're able to, but that platform is a highly contested area. You already know where Team Intel is going to be, and there's going to be multiple teams inside these buildings.
I thought there was a barrel inside of Dorito. Unfortunately, there is not. So that does allow them to push up here and have a spot in the zone. Team Intel have to be a little bit careful here. Oh boy, looks like Team Rice Krispies are still in this. Yeah, he gets the knock and the kill onto Tech.
Wow, they had 2 players there, so I believe they must have regrouped throughout all of that. They're definitely missing 1 at least. And it was a possible res onto Bird, who he's not AFK. He's just looking around to try to find something. Sunny now. This is what we were talking about, that final layer that you have to go through. The hardest layer, most difficult layer, and I'm not surprised to see 8 squads alive in this situation. Everybody really taking it seriously. Aves coming through as the kill leader after Tech has been taken down, so they have a ton of kills on this side on 1 Braid 2 controllers. If they could finish this off with a win, they may be able to slide their way into the leaderboard somehow.
7 kills for Aves. Impressive performance coming out from 1 Brain, 2 controllers, but ultimately, though, it's Team Intel pulling back. This is the building, you know, a lot of buildings are reused, and this is one of the strong buildings we were talking about. A lot of excellent zone control coming out with those barrels as well, as he's just repositioning a lot of them. Great job coming out from Hill. He does have to return to the safety of this kitchen to heal up once again. As Tempest, because they've been playing this deep pocket, they haven't been able to really evolve their shields. I'm surprised, of course, having the 2 purples and the blues so far, though. Still 7 squads remaining, and this crypto is going to prove invaluable for the squad. Try to, especially when it comes to the number of rats in the lobby, he'll be able to pick up that information, scout out where the teams are. And if it wasn't, you know, proven as valuable, how valuable it is up to this point, I don't know what else could basically sell you on that. As 1 Brain, 2 controllers. Looks like they've actually been able to sneak their way into a relatively safe position here. It's hard to tell. We don't have the map, unfortunately, for Aves. The scan comes out, 7 hostiles detected.
I like this play, but he's going to need a bubble or a little bit of help from his boy Rolders in this type of situation, because the defensive bombardment is going to be used. Can't tell if that's an enemy one or not, but you do have a gold helmet here for Aves too, so he's going to be able to scan a little bit faster. That's going to be Team Pop-Tarts in the vicinity. They're hitting some scans on their own too. It's a full 3-man squad. Bat is going to be popped. I believe that is going to be Rolders in the vicinity. Lucas not able to connect. There's another defensive bombardment coming through. Blight's going to drop, and the rotation has to come through. Bubbles are going to be popped left and right from both these players. This is going to be great for Intel, who's watching this happen over towards the side. Possible EMP could be coming in for Tempest to get rid of these bubbles here very shortly. Hill comes through, gets the knock and finish on a Bird. That's the last player from Rice Krispies, and now only 4 squads alive.
Yeah, Lucas ratting this one out as Blight is bleeding out. NPL inside Dorito currently. I don't know the whereabouts of Team Intel currently, but it's a 3-3-3-2. What? How does that work out? 3-3-3-2. Oh, that's right. He's still bleeding out. So effectively, though, there is a rat in the lobby currently now. Intel still holding inside of that as the ring will pull once again down towards them. This is just amazing play coming out from Intel, just fully controlling the battlefield, watching. Take a look at the number of barrels to their back currently, as Tempest is keeping an eye to their north right now. Excellent control coming out from Hill.
Hill's just making sure that no one's flanking, because they know if they keep everything in front of them, it's going to be all right. That's the only way that someone's going to infiltrate into this building. But what we can expect here is probably 1 team to drop as this zone closes, Intel to stay inside and then poke out if they see an opportunity, and then another team that's fully healthy is going to rotate and try to play the roof. So we'll see exactly how Tempest wants to play this one. It's going to be up to a big EMP, and then Hill needs to hit him with the gas at the right time. There's the team playing the roof. It's going to be Pop-Tarts. Fortunately for Intel, that's just the duo, and they're going to be kind of coexisting here, keeping teams away from the building together.
Yeah, it's a symbiotic relationship coming out from either side. Really, Pop-Tarts keeping a lot of the teams at bay, working as like the first line of defense. Has the full mantle up, full 3-man push onto the roof. Blight did a lot of damage, but it just wasn't enough, as it's NPL now that take control of the roof. We are down to Team Intel. We are down to Team NPL, and I believe, actually, I don't know who that final squad is. Is it Seamus? Is Seamus still alive?
We haven't seen Seamus pop up in the kill feed, so it could be, unless we missed a squad wipe when we were watching them go through it all. But NPL, like we were expecting, has taken the roof, and it is Seamus playing the outside over towards the fence. So this could still go either way, Jamerson, right now. We have to see Intel potentially pick up some kill points here or a dub. I'm not sure exactly how many points they were ahead, but if Seamus is able to eliminate Intel in third place and win with a couple of kill points, that may be all they need.
Utilizing the respawn beacon, the mobile respawn beacon as well, to try and provide extra coverage for them. NPL are trying to find an angle, but it's just not quite there, and Gizmac gets a little impatient, will go ahead and drop down. Does a lot of damage with that massive E-Boy. Ronnie gets the first knock onto Dirty. Sunny Hero is down as well. Here is the big EMP, only connecting onto one shield, along with the Nox gas grenade. It is the wombo combo for Intel to take the win and ultimately take the day.
Nice job there by Team Intel, playing patient, also getting a little bit of help from Nestle Pure Life, like you were saying, playing impatient. They wanted to go and send it. I'm not sure if they realized that was a full 3-man squad directly down below them, or if they thought it was just a rat around the corner. That was a full 3-man rat squad over towards the side. We know that was a full healthy Team Intel down below them, but what a game and what a day here at Series Z. We're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we're going to tally up the scores and give you the winners of our open day.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Series E. During our open registration night, we had a lot of our open teams definitely, impress us and open our eyes that there's still a lot of talent to be discovered here in Apex Legends. So I'm glad that we were able to provide this platform for them. Now, let's go ahead and talk about the final results of the evening. I think it's no doubt Team Intel will go ahead and take the win, but it's Team Shame Assist coming in second place. They'll be walking away with $200. Team Intel with a $300. What a great performance out of both of our squads tonight.
Shame Assist really surprised a lot of us. We knew what Team Intel was capable of. Hey, props to them for coming through and winning back-to-back. Also predicted them in Final Circle that they would be coming through and having a big week. But honestly, this week was partnered and sponsored by Thermal Station, Jamerson, because we had 4 zones go down over towards that spot. So I don't know how much they're paying you guys over there on the OBS team.
Hey, man, corporate money is too much, right? At this point, Team Intel, though, played that expertly well, and that did definitely work out to their favor, right? For the simple fact that they're right there, center map, and it's such a very fast rotation with very few teams having the priority. Team Intel were time and again able to take the God spot over and over and over again whenever it did end up there. And they played well to that fact. So congratulations, Team Intel, going back to back, taking last Wednesday and taking today's tournament. That's already $600 under the belt for them in less than a week. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the replays from the previous game. NPL with that fight happening over towards that Dorito building, which we saw so much action coming through, but everyone knows how far these teams had to make their way through the zone, where if you're not over there quite yet, again, there's zero chance that you're going to be able to get past these layers and layers of gatekeeping. And NPL, they were kind of in the middle of the gatekeeping where they rotated late, they made their way over towards this building. They're covering both sides of the choke and the high ground, but you can only fight for so long up until the point where you have to rotate. And when you rotate, you're going to have to cross this whole middle area. And you have players like Hill, who is sitting on top of the hill, on top of the rock with his longbow, making it difficult for you to rotate. You have teams inside the buildings. And it was a great portal to try to get in advance over here towards the Dorito. But 9 times out of 10, that building is most likely going to be taken. So they get there, they get some extra loot through all this, and then they end up making their way over towards the roof. And when they do that, they think they're going to send it onto the solo players over here. But it's a full Shame Assist squad just hiding out over towards the side, getting the placement points that they needed to go and take second place away from Team Rice Krispie Treats. And Intel was loving what they were seeing throughout all of this. EMP, caustic gas comes through. It really doesn't get much easier that for Team Intel after playing a very patient game.
Yeah, press Z, win game. At that point for Team Intel, just throwing all of their ultimates at the wall and everything sticks. So congratulations once again to Team Intel for taking the win. And of course, Team Shame Assist with a very impressive performance coming up in second place. This is definitely a squad that we're going to have to look towards at the end of the season when relegation starts rearing its ugly head around. Well, the ugly heads for our partner teams, and then for our prospective teams. So this is a huge opportunity for them. That will do it for us tonight, but the action isn't done for the week. We will be back tomorrow night for our pro night, where our 9 partner teams will be squaring off against 11 of the best North American and European/CIS squads. That'll be happening tomorrow at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So go ahead and set your clocks right now for that, because you do not want to miss it. That means, of course, that does it for us. So from everyone at Esports Arena, from all of our partner teams, our partners, Tom and myself, thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Thank you.